He said it was good to go.
He said it was good to go. Okay, all right, beautiful. Okay, so it is now 6:32. Welcome to the regular meeting of the Springfield City Council on June 22nd. Madam Clerk, can you please call the roll?
Councilor Gomez?
Present.
Present. Councilor Whitfield?
Here.
Here. Councilor Davila?
He just logged on, so if we could just circle back to him,
Okay.
greatly appreciate
Councilor
it.
Fenton?
Present.
Councilor Curran?
Present.
Present. Councilor Ramos?
Present.
Present. Councilor Walsh? Absent. Councilor Williams?
Present.
Present. Councilor Allen?
Present.
Present. Councilor Letterman?
Present.
Present. Councilor Edwards? Councilor Edwards?
He's
Absent. Absent. Councilor Brown?
I do see Councilor Edwards here. Sorry, I think Councilor Edwards is here. Sorry, Madam Clerk.
That's okay, Councilor. Councilor Brown?
Present.
Present. Councilor Hurst?
Present.
Councilor Davila?
Present.
Present.
And if we could just recognize Councilor Edwards again.
Councilor Edwards?
Present.
Thank you. Just before we get started, councilors, just a few ground housekeeping rules. If we could just make sure to raise our hand for this particular meeting, even if it's a point of order, if you could raise your hand as to that as well. I know there are a couple of counselors who might be on the phone. We're just going to have to fight through that. But for the counselors who are on a computer and have the ability to raise your hand, if you could just raise your hand before you speak, I think that will prevent some of the issues that we had with respect to our last meeting. And again, I repeat, even if it's a point of order. And then just be mindful of the chat functions. Everything that we put inside the chat is on the record. And so I know individuals like to go back and forth inside the chat, but I might want to be mindful of it and just know that that information is on the record as well. Will the counselors and their guests please rise for a moment of silence? Will you please remain standing and unmute yourselves for the Pledge of Allegiance?
I pledge
allegiance
to the flag of the United States of America,
States of America.
and to the republic
for which it stands,
one nation,
under God,
indivisible,
liberty,
and
justice
for all.
Go Red Sox.
Madam Clerk, will you please call the first item on the agenda?
The first item on the agenda is the May Revenue versus Expenditure Report.
Is there anyone present to speak to this report? Please state your name and address for the record.
Thank you, Mr. President. Patrick Burns, 90 Clement Street, Springfield. Tonight you have the May Revenue versus Expenditure Report. It being June 22nd, I thought it would make more sense just to talk about where we are today. And right now we're trending towards a surplus, which is being driven by expenditure savings, mostly coming from school transportation. And we're hoping to end the year with a surplus.
Thank you, Mr. Burns. Are there any questions or comments regarding this report from the council? Seeing none, Madam Clerk, will you please call the roll?
I have my hand up.
Oh, I'm sorry. Did I miss you, Councilor Brown?
Yeah. I can't, he's reading too low. I couldn't hear him.
Okay, got you. Mr. Burns, can you please restate what you just said a little louder? Sorry about that, Councilor Brown.
I apologize. This is the May Revenue and Expenditure Report. It being June 22nd, I thought it made more sense to tell the council where we are today. And as of today, we are running a surplus, which is due mostly in part with the savings on school transportation. and other saving initiatives put forth by the city to offset losses in revenue.
Are there any questions or comments from the council? Seeing no hands raised. Madam Clerk, will you please call the roll?
On accepting the report, Counselor Gomez,
Yes.
yes. Counselor Whitfield,
Yes.
yes. Counselor Davila,
Yes.
yes. Counselor Fenton, Counselor Fenton, absent. Counselor Curran,
Yes.
yes. Counselor Ramos,
Yes.
yes. Counselor Walsh, absent. Counselor Williams,
Yes.
yes. Counselor Allen,
Yes.
yes. Counselor Letterman,
Yes.
yes. Counselor Edwards,
Yes.
yes. Counselor Brown,
Yes.
yes. Counselor Hurst,
Yes. Madam Clerk, will you please call, the report is approved. Madam Clerk, will you please call the next item on the agenda?
next item on the agenda is a petition to amend horse regulations.
Is there anyone present to speak to this item? Is there anyone present to speak to item number 2?
Attorney Suchuk is present, but his mic is muted.
Attorney Suchuk. I'm sorry.
Okay, I found the unmute button. All right, so I'm here to speak on the amending of the rules of the road to the horse regulations. Back in November of 2018, the rules of the road were completely amended, and it created an Article 8C, which was had to deal with the horses. And as I mentioned, that all these rules were already approved back in November of 2018. The new addition is a Section 3, which requires a rider of a horse to stop when directed so by an officer. And that is a very important to the rules of the road, because the rules say that a rider must have a permit to ride in the city of Springfield. That has already been approved, but this would allow the officers to stop and ask a rider if they do have that permit. In addition to this Section 3, which would require the rider of a horse to stop when directed so by an officer, I'm also asking that you approve the application that we're trying to have the horse riders fill out and apply, because we don't have there's no application. This is basically creating the application process. Before we created the rules of the road, knowing that we'd have to come back and amend it, creating an application process. This is our first application that we're trying to have approved. It has all the minimum, we think the minimum information that is needed, such as where the horse is stabled, and also requires the applicant to provide proof of the horse has all their rabies and shots and all that stuff, so they're not riding around infecting other horses, I guess, or infecting other animals and people.
So thank you, attorney. And I know folks are probably, I see a number of counselors with their hands raised are wondering, how did this get out of committee and back onto the agenda? I think this was on the city council, or we heard this and it was sent directly to committee right before COVID-19 hit. And so just recently there was an accident involving a horse as well as a vehicle. And so I also think there might have been some miscommunication as to what it was that we were actually voting on, being that this body approved approved requiring folks to have a permit a couple of years ago. So I certainly don't want to sway anyone's decision, but in light of COVID-19 and the fact that Counselor Attorney Davis and myself were trying to figure out ways where folks can just bring what is in committee out, I felt that this was something that was important that should come out, and if it's a will of the body to send it to committee, by all means. Counselor Letterman, and I apologize, my cue was not working. So I know there were a number of counselors who had their hands raised. Counselor Letterman, followed by Counselor Gomez. And then I believe Counselor Ramos also has his hand raised.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. On this particular item, Attorney Shushak mentioned that the rules of the road, were approved by the City Council in 2018, which I do remember. But is the amendment that he is seeking here today, I understand it's relative to adding that a rider must stop when motioned to by police, and I recognize that it includes an application that they want folks to fill out. But when we voted previously in 2018 to approve the rules of the road, did that iteration of the rules of the road include that the City Council would be the special, did that say it was going to be a special permit and therefore the purview of the City Council? Because I don't remember that aspect being discussed in any of our hearings on the rules of the road.
Yeah, there's no change to any of the language to the rules of the road. Everything is as it was when we passed it. There's been no change to the rules of the road. Yes.
So the only amendment that you're seeking is Section 3?
Yes, and to have the application that I'm trying to is that attached, the application that's in there?
Yes.
Okay, yeah. That is basically the application is needed because we needed a process for them to apply, and this basically creates the application process. We didn't have the application for them to fill out prior to today's City Council hearing.
All right, I yield.
Counselor Gomez, followed by Counselor Ramos.
Thank you. Which, understanding the seriousness of, when it comes to horseback riding, but I know that in my district, there's a ton of horseback riding that has been going on for quite a while. And I know we want to be and do things as safe as possible. My question particular is, outside of us issuing the special permit, what is the oversight on the regulations? Like, if they don't have a special permit, how is the police department or anybody going to confiscate a horse off the street? I don't understand. Like, what does that look like? I want to be able to support this, but to have an understanding on the relative, do we confiscate the horse after they don't show that they have a police or a special permit? And do we store them in horse jail? Or, I just don't understand how that works. I'm not trying to make a mockery of it. I just really want to just get down to understand when it comes to enforcing this, what does it look like, and does it run alongside what the MGL has, Massachusetts General Law? Because I know that was one that we discussed during that time in 2018, if I do remember, was the fact that, the horses have, I think, the rule of the road, right? They at the time, and just to be clear.
Yeah, the horses still, unfortunately, do have the rule of the road. That's just the way the law in Massachusetts is written. In terms of, I guess, putting a horse in horse jail, that we looked into that, and it's just not possible. There's no one from the city or anyone else would be able to knows how to take someone's horse. All we would have is basically the fine to prevent them from riding the city of Springfield, which is I think it's $300. So we were hoping that the $300 fine would prevent them, get hit with the $300 fine. One day, you'd hope that those would add up so they would not enforce the city.
Okay, thank you for that answer.
Yeah,
okay. Sorry. Yeah. No, after you, sir. I yield. I apologize.
I'm just saying it's that was originally we were trying to figure out a way to, if they're not permitted to have the horse, I guess, put in jail, but it's just not possible.
But I was just being fun about that. I was just
Yeah, I understand that, but in general, if there is the horse is injured or the rider is injured, we actually have an emergency contact in there for them to come in, someone who's able to ride a horse, because if you just ask me to jump on the horse and ride it out of here, I wouldn't know where to begin.
Right.
But we're hoping that the fine is has enough teeth to it to stop someone from riding a horse without the application. And the application is not, it doesn't cost anything, so there should be no reason that would stop them from applying. Apply and say where the horse is stable and show that they have the correct. And
yeah, that's one of my biggest concerns. Like, not everybody just goes and gets a special permit, but we are able to show that these horses are stored in a proper place, and then moving forward, the oversight on trying to figure out how to enforce. But a civil infraction, which I think is good. I think after that it would incur, like, if the officer would see if there was something wrong with the rider or with the horse, if anything with endangering the animal of any case. But I plan to support this tonight, but I just wanted to just get a little bit more information for the watchers at home, just to understand exactly what are we trying to accomplish tonight.
Thank you, Councilor Gomez. Councilor Ramos, I saw you had your hand up, followed by Councilor Davila.
Mr. President, I put my hand down because you explained my question earlier. I was just wondering how this got on the agenda. Thank you.
I figured that. Thank you. Councilor Davila.
Thank you, Mr. President. Quick question for the attorney. I apologize for the name case right now. The attorney present speaking. Did you just say that Attorney Schuwer, that there's no fee for the application process, correct?
Yeah, right now there's no fee. We had the fee blank, and we were hoping that when it went to committee, you guys could come up with a fee. But at this point, because of the kind of need something on the books right away, we don't have a fee or anything like that.
Article AC, Section 2 says that there will be a fee. To charge a fee thereof.
Yeah. Yes, and the application in the top right, it says fee. It just has a money symbol, and it's just blank because, again, we were planning on charging a fee, but because of
if you're not going to charge a fee, why is it on the ordinance? Section 2, Section 2 of the ordinance says, the Springfield Traffic Commission shall authorize to receive applications for special permits under Article 8C, charge a fee thereof, and recommend actions to the City Council.
Yeah, we're just going to not charge a fee.
I understand that, but my question is, why is it in the ordinance? Because if we pass this, somebody come up tomorrow and say there's a $300 fee.
That would be if they were riding a horse without a permit. I don't understand that. I'm sorry.
So is there a way in which we can resolve this, Attorney Schuchuk, and eliminate the language that is there? I mean, maybe it might come in the form of a motion to eliminate that in its entirety. I'll defer to Councilor Davila, who has an issue with the question. Is there a way in which we can rectify this? Or Attorney Moore, I'll defer to you if you have any comments on that.
Yeah, just briefly, Mr. President. My understanding is that there are two different things you're talking about. One is the fine, not a fee, a fine that exists for violating the ordinance, which is riding without the permit. The other is a fee that attaches itself to the application. So the application gets taken in, there's a certain amount of administrative cost that goes with it. I think that's what Attorney Schuchuk is referring to, where we were looking to set a number, or the council was at a certain time, for what's appropriate for the actual cost of applying for this permit. We don't want it to be a punitive cost. It really just needs to be something that balances the city's cost out, like a neutral type of fee. I just wanted to explain they're two different things. That's it.
Right. Thank you, Mr. Moore. Attorney Moore, good to see you again. And that sounds understandable to me. I do think, Mr. President, that at least I don't feel comfortable approving something if I don't know what the fee is going to be. And I also think that those people in the community who for whatever reason, whether it be cultural or otherwise, do enjoy the horse riding, that they should be present at the table and be discussed. So I would love to hear what my colleagues have to say, but I do think that this, if appropriate, should go back to the committee.
Thank you, Councilor Davila. Are there any other questions or comments from the council? Councilor Whitfield.
I'm a little bit unclear as to, is there application fee or not? I just want to know, is there application fee or not? Because the ordinance does say there will be a fee. If you scroll down from the application, I'm sorry, it's the rules of the road. It says there will be an application charge for the permit. So will there or will there not be?
Yeah, again, when we created this application, we planned on creating the application, giving it to the subcommittee, and they could just talk it over. And if they wanted a fee, they could have a fee. If not, there would be a small fee, as Attorney Moore had mentioned. There are some costs associated with receiving an application.
So is that just the general application fee that we're talking about? Like if you go for any type of application, there's a small administrative fee that Attorney Moore is talking about?
Well, when we...
Attorney Moore, excuse me, sir. Attorney Moore, can you answer that, please?
Yes, I think that's accurate. It's supposed to be a small administrative fee, very similar to like the councilor is referring to. If you were applying for a certain permit, you might have to pay an application fee, a building permit, for example. That would be my first, most obvious example. There's a small administrative fee that goes with it. I don't think at the time the ordinance was passed, anyone knew what that would look like. And like Attorney Shuchuk was referring to, we sort of kicked that can down the road to say, all right, well, when the application's done and we know what it looks like, we'll probably have a better idea of what this might cost the city. It's probably a very small amount. It's not a large fee, I would imagine. So,
Council President Hurst, I'm trying to get clarification on the fee. Is this something that we would make a motion to add a fee, or will we have to discuss it again in like subcommittee or something?
So it would seem to me that if folks had an appetite to add a fee right now, then that could happen. The other alternative is that it can be sent to a subcommittee meeting, probably the public safety subcommittee meeting. You could have a discussion on it. The only reason why it's here now is because in the event that we have an accident like we had the past couple weeks, nothing will be done. And even if they do enforce a fine of $300, that it's arguable as to whether that is even enforceable because a person didn't have the opportunity to actually apply to ride a horse. So that's the last I'm going to speak on this issue, and I'll defer to the body as I'm probably in violation of the rules at the moment. Councilor Fenton.
I wasn't finished, sir.
Oh, I'm sorry. My apologies. Go for it, Councilor Whitfield.
Okay, because I don't mind the language still having a fee in there in case we decide later on that we want to add a fee, even if there's no fee up front. So I was just a little bit confused as to why that was brought up. But yeah, I'm in support of it because we need to have some type of enforcement tool.
So Councilor Fenton, followed by Councilor Brown, and then we'll go to Councilor Gomez and Councilor Davila. So Councilor Fenton.
Thanks, Mr. President. Just a general comment. I read an article recently that I just sent around to everybody that talks about some of these horses that are utilized in the right-of-way in Springfield. And there's a long tradition and culture, particularly in the Puerto Rican and Dominican communities, related to these animals. And I think that while we have to be cognizant of keeping both vehicular and non-vehicular travelers in the right-of-way safe, we should also be cognizant of this culture and the history associated particularly with the Paso Fino horses. And so
I'm happy that we're going to move forward on this in a way that allows proper licensed horses to proudly display their heritage and culture in the right of way. And I think it can be done safely. And I want to thank Attorney Shushak and the rest of the folks who are working on this admittedly very nuanced issue in the right of way, but a very important one, both for the horse owners and all other riders in the right of way. So I look forward to approving this.
Thank you, Councilor Fenton. Councilor Brown.
Thank you, Mr. President. My only concern basically is why we can't possibly, I would be interested in possibly adding a requirement of a person, because most people who get caught riding a horse without a license, they're usually horse riders. I'll never have that issue. I believe that we should have something in the actual fine saying that they'll be required to actually go and get that license. And then they won't have to worry about it ever again. Or even give them a warning and then make them have to get the licensing before they actually get fined. I don't see why that can't be part of it also. Like, why can't we actually make them, if it's free? They're gonna always ride the horses. And why not just make it part of what they have to do?
Thank you, Councilor Brown. Did you want to respond to that, or?
No, well, no, I'm all set. I just want to add that we also are having the Velez. He's also a member of the Traffic Commission. He's in the process of getting the application in Spanish as well, front and back in Spanish, because we do know that the majority of the horse riders are of Puerto Rican or Spanish descent, because they all speak. So we're trying to get it so they can in Spanish as well. That's all I have from.
Thank you, Attorney.
I'm just curious.
Yeah.
The only reason I'm curious, you didn't really answer. I'm just curious still why, I don't, if it's free, what you're saying, we haven't figured out the cost or whatever it is. We all know that only individuals who are interested in riding horses are going to ride horses. You guys don't have anything in place that will require them, once they are caught without that licensing. How hard is it to make them go and get that free licensing you're talking about?
I guess if it is going to be free from now on, that hasn't been discussed. It hasn't been decided whether the applications are going to be free moving forward. But I guess we can. I have nothing really further. I don't know what else to. Nothing further from myself, I guess.
I yield. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thanks.
So, and I think to your point, Councilor Brown, if folks wanted to amend any part of this, then it certainly can be done in committee as well. I just know that we dealt with this when I was chair of the Public Safety Committee, and we certainly hashed through it for quite a long time and approved what it is that we have now. But it certainly can go back to committee and folks can start again. Councilor Allen, followed by Councilor Gomez. I know it's out of the order that I just said, but I have it up in my queue. I have the hands raised in my queue now, so I'm able to see who had their hands up first. So my apologies. Councilor Allen, followed by Councilor Gomez.
Thanks, Mr. President. I was going to make a motion to send this to committee.
Okay, so there's a motion made by Councilor Allen to send it to committee, seconded by Councilor Davila. Is there any discussion on the motion?
Well, yeah, that's fine. I could speak on the motion. So, relative to the fact that there is some questions on maybe some education or something for that matter, because I don't know if there is a regulation that you need a license or a permit or something like that to ride horses. But what can create in good consciousness is that one thing we do have to really think about is outside of our jurisdiction when it comes to the municipality. If somebody comes outside from Belchertown or is riding the horse through Massachusetts state, and I'm just looking at this at a real practical position. Like, who's to say somebody don't come over from Chicopee riding the horse trying to get from point A to point B and essentially didn't need a special permit in Chicopee, but essentially they'll catch a fine for riding it in Springfield. And which I understand the spirit and maybe making sure that we know where these horses are and where they're located within the city of Springfield is fantastic. And maybe it'll just turn, in fact, that if folks, because majority of the times when we do see the horses outside of, people doing it leisurely on the weekends or when it starts getting warm, is actually like parades and, festivities of things of that magnitude. Knowingly that with COVID-19, that there's not going to be some of those activities that are going to have some horse riding. I think it gives us an opportunity, if need be, to maybe go into the committee and talk about it. But I understand going into committee is kind of frustrating because we have not had a subcommittee meeting in 3 or 4 months. So this would initiate a way of how we can have committee meetings so that we can work this out. But moving forward, I do appreciate the spirit. The application fee, I would support amending it, but obviously, like you said, Mr. President, a lot of this conversation can happen in the subcommittee. I just want to make sure that we're allowed to have the subcommittee so then we can address this promptly and try to work this out. If not, when can we, and once it goes into committee, and if it does this situation die and we have to refile it? And that's all I have when it comes to motioning it to committee.
So I'll speak to 2 issues just quickly. One, with respect to committee meetings, starting July 1st, councilors will be free to coordinate with Steve Carey from Focus to set up your subcommittee meeting. So as of once we get through the budget season, I will be turning it over to the council, the chairs of the committees, and you can have at it in terms of having your subcommittee meetings. The other conversation that I've had with Attorney Davis is one around not having anything that was sent to committee die because it's been in committee for so long when we were not able to have subcommittee meetings as it relates to COVID-19. So the expectation is that nothing that is currently in committee will die, and folks will be allowed to meet on it and bring it forward after July 1st as a subcommittee. And so I'll have more information on that. But the only other component that I'm just trying to work out is how do we figure out a way to make sure we involve the public. And so you will have an answer by July 1st where I will not be the person coordinating these meetings any longer.
May I just add real quick, this is a strictly Springfield problem. No other surrounding cities or towns in the area have a problem with horses at all. There's no one's coming to their cities or towns riding horses, which is why it's a very I was in contact with the cities and towns all over Massachusetts and Connecticut. It seems to be a strictly Springfield issue of having horses throughout the downtown areas, and so.
Thank you, Attorney. Counselor Letterman. Did you have something in response to that, Attorney?
Yes,
Counselor Gomez.
The only reason that I asked that is because I know for a fact some of these horses are not necessarily stored in the city of Springfield when it comes to Pasofino horses. We know that our friend that owns a lot of these Pasofino horses has been holding these horses in the neighboring town or neighboring community of Belchertown. So some of these horses, so essentially when we see them, is there going to be a loophole, which I think we have to talk about it in subcommittee, that because their address isn't in the city of Springfield, can they be held liable for riding this horse? And it's just the enforcement part is going to be tricky. Some of these horses don't live in the city of Springfield.
Thank you, Counselor Gomez. Counselor, did you have an answer, Attorney?
Yes, no horses should be stable in the city of Springfield. It's impossible to stable a horse in the city of Springfield. There's not enough acreage. The horse needs a certain amount of acreage per horse, and there's no stables in the city of Springfield. That it's just there are no horses in the city of Springfield because it's they can't be in there because there's not enough room. That's why they're all housed in Belchertown and the, you know, those farming, I guess that's a better way to say, communities that have room and land. We know that all the horses are coming from outside the city. They're being shipped into the city to be rode within the city of Springfield.
Thank you.
And it wouldn't have anything to do with where they're stable. It's just if they're in the city of Springfield, they need to have a permit to ride the horse in the city of Springfield.
Thank you, Attorney. Councilor Letterman, followed by Councilor Fenton, followed by Councilor Williams.
Sure. On the motion, Mr. Chairman, I certainly have no opposition to folks riding the horses as long as it's done in a safe manner and we have a mechanism by which to ensure that. With that said, it would seem to me that there has been quite a bit of legwork done, although I have some questions about what this type of a special permit hearing would look like. That is already a part of the ordinance. And so if we're simply considering approving the application so that the ordinance that was already approved could go into effect, you know, I would suggest respectfully that we may want to approve that tonight and just hold a subcommittee meeting on the concerns that are being brought forward in and of itself, so that that application is at least on the books and folks can begin to, you know, safely become permitted and be able to then do it. The other question I have is if I understand.
Did I freeze or?
I think
committee meeting in and of itself.
Okay.
That would be my suggestion, but whatever is the will of the body, sir.
Thank you, Councilor Letterman. You are breaking up a little bit, so we will move on to Councilor Fenton. Councilor Fenton?
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. President. We just had a power outage. The rest of my little apparatus here is disconnected. I don't know if that's happening to other councilors, but at any rate, I'm on my cell phone. So my point was that when we passed the rules of the road a couple of years ago, you yourself, Mr. President, and others spent a great deal of time going over this, and we talked about specifically this issue of regulating horses. They are regulated today. This issue, as I see it, is just a matter of how do we get it to a point where there is actual practical enforcement. Right now we have rules that say that you can't use a horse in the right-of-way without a special permit, but we didn't create a linear model for how to get that special permit. So what I'm hearing from Attorney Shushak is that this is the best first attempt at coming up with an application for that. And I know that I see the riders and I get the calls from people that are seeing them in the road. So I'm going to oppose a motion to committee because I think that we should approve these changes as they're put before us so that we can get something up and running. And if it requires adjustments in the future, then the council has the authority to do that.
So there's a motion made by Councilor Allen, seconded by Councilor Davila. Councilor Williams on the motion, followed by Councilor Davila.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'm also more inclined to go along with what Councilors Letterman and Fenton say in opposing sending this to committee. I think it's kind of completely unnecessary, just in the sense, and with all respect to what was mentioned, I understand the concerns, but considering we are in the summer months, considering that, you know, the likelihood of seeing horses now is higher than it is at other points in the year, and also concerning the fact that we've had structures where, you know, we apply an application fee, such as with food trucks, you know what I mean? So I'm not seeing kind of too much of a variation in how that's done. And I appreciate the efforts to kind of have a more streamlined process to ensure the safety of both those traveling on the road by vehicles and those traveling by way of horse. So I think it's completely unnecessary to go to committee, and I think we should approve this now.
Councilor Davila, followed by Councilor Brown.
Thank you, Mr. President. Attorney Schuett, you did mention a little while ago that on the motion itself that the Springfield Police Department doesn't have the ability to seize the horses, correct?
Yeah, well, they just don't, they honestly don't know how. They're asking us questions, you know, how do you seize a horse if they have to be in a stable and transported? It just makes more sense to have the person who brought the horse in take it out. And other stables, they don't, because of, there are some horse, I guess, diseases that are very contagious, which is, I mean, perfect for during this COVID times, that the stables will not house a horse that hasn't had all their shots. And if they mix them up with a horse that is infected, then it ruins their whole stable. So they don't even, no one will take a horse, basically.
Before I ask my question, I just want to say that this is a critical, important safety ordinance, and creating rules of the roads that is safe for everybody, including the horse, is absolutely critical. But this is the second time that I hear in this debate that, with all due respect, sir, contradictory information. First the fee, and now this, because I'm reading the ordinance as presented to us, and it says here, section 4, it says $300 per occurrence in addition to any criminal penalties or lawful seizure, actions that may apply and be enforced to the Springfield Police Department, animal control, or all the authorized law enforcement body. Now, by animal control, my educated guess that's the TJO.
Yeah, TJO will I'm sorry for cutting you off, but they told me right away they will not accept a horse. They do not have any room for a horse, and they just don't have the facilities. Being a city, we don't have the facilities to even take a horse. And TJO will not accept horses. No other.
Is that something new? Because when I had asked in the past, I believe they told me that they have taken horses.
Well, and since I've been trying to get this permit process and this whole horse chapter running, they've refused. They said they would not accept a horse. I've called every stable every stable that's within 20, 30 miles, and none of them will accept the horse unless they have all their shots.
Right. And so my final question is, do we have any kind of data as to how many accidents involving horses we have had in the city?
I do not have that data. I know that there was a horse in a vehicle collision, just in a couple weeks ago. I think that's the most recent one, but I'm sure we can get that information at the traffic commission.
Do you know what kind of damage was it personal injury?
Yeah, it was very minor injuries to both the horse and the vehicle. It was just backing out, thankfully, but it could have been much worse.
Thank you. Mr. President, I'm just going to conclude by saying that I do applaud the spirit of this ordinance, and I think that it's something that we should do. But I also, by the way, my compliments to Councilor Fenton for describing properly the cultural aspect in the Latino community, in the Puerto Rican community. But I do think, again, and the reason that I think this should go to committee is that if we have spent this much time talking about this, I'm sure there's more questions. And all that I'm asking is, let's just give it one more run at the subcommittee so that we can have the people who are going to be affected, who in this community have a chance to speak, and that we pass this and pass it the right way, because we're going to get caught up with something else in the future and we're going to forget about it. So I'd rather do it right the first time, even if it takes longer. But I want to do it that way, and so that's why I will be voting to send it to committee.
Thank you, Councilor Davila. Councilor Brown.
Thank you, Mr. President. I want to thank you, Robert, for coming on. I do appreciate you. I just would ask, I agree with my colleague, Councilor Williams. I just have just few things, even with how my other colleague, Councilor Davila is talking about the actual legislation. If you can fix some of that stuff, it'd be great, and bring it up to date. Just in the future, you know that the actual animal center can't take horses, so is that necessary to have that there? Kind of like update it, kind of like misleading. And I know it's nothing in up to you. I understand that, but I'm just saying it's in writing, and it's not so. They don't take horses. We're just finding that out right now. And then I also would just please, if we can in the future, make sure we don't want to sit there and find people who are having fun. I would concentrate leaning a little bit more on a little division as far as where they can be educated and have to be required to get the licensing. That's all I'm kind of like worried about. Is just making sure that them getting that licensing is a requirement. You know, because I don't want to just keep finding people for having safe fun. Let's educate them, make them get the licensing, and continue to do what they're doing. But thank you, Robert, and thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Councilor Brown. So there's a motion on the floor made by Councilor Allen, seconded by Councilor Davila. Madam Clerk, seeing that there's no more questions, can you please call the roll on the motion to send this to the Public Safety Committee?
On sending the petition to the Public Safety Committee, Councilor Gomez?
No.
No. Councilor Whitfield?
No.
No. Councilor Davila?
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Fenton?
No.
No. Councilor Karen?
Point of,
No.
Point of order, Mr. President.
Councilor Davila.
I'm sorry. I think the question is to send it to committee, right? My apologies.
Yes, I think your vote, your vote was in line with,
yes,
what it is you said.
My apologies. Thank you.
No.
Councilor Ramos?
Yes.
Councilor Ramos? Yes. Councilor Walsh, absent. Councilor Williams?
No.
No. Councilor Allen?
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Letterman?
No.
No. Councilor Edwards?
No.
No. Councilor Brown?
No.
No. Councilor Hurst?
No. Motion to committee fails. If Councilor Gomez on the issue itself.
Yes, so I know that there's a couple of contradictory items that we need to amend. So essentially, when it in particular to T.J. O'Connor not being able to seize this this type of animal, and then also the fee, if we can work that stuff out, so then we can amend those very quickly and move on with the rest of the agenda, that would be appreciated. And I think Councilor Davila had pointed them out, and it would be, besides myself, if he would make the motion, and I would second, or wherever it needed to be, we needed to work on.
Thank you, Councilor Gomez. Councilor Davila, I see your hand is raised, sir.
Yes, Mr. President. I would just go straight to the point. I would make a motion, section 4, that we strike out everything after reading in addition, so that we only reflect a $300 fine per occurrence.
Second.
So there is a motion made can you repeat that one more time?
Yes, in
Counselor?
section 4, I would like to make a motion to strike out the remaining paragraph after where it reads, in addition to any criminal penalties or lawful seizure, action that may apply may be enforced to the SPD, animal control, or unauthorized law enforcement body.
So there's a motion made by Councilor Davila, seconded by Councilor Gomez. On the motion, Councilor Brown.
I'm sorry, Mr. President.
Councilor Davila. Councilor Davila. We'll come back to Councilor Davila. Councilor Brown on the motion.
I didn't have, I raised my hand before he actually made the motion, so it was something, so I apologize, Mr. President.
So let's dispose of this motion, and then I'll leave your hand raised, Councilor Brown, and then we'll circle back around to you. Councilor Davila.
Yes, Mr. President. Yes, may I restate the motion, sir?
Yes, you may restate the motion, Councilor Davila.
Yes, thank you. Basically, I make a motion that we strike out where it says in section 4, everything after, in addition to any criminal penalties, any criminal penalties, everything, all that paragraph to be stricken out. In addition to criminal penalties or lawful seizure, action that may apply and be enforced through SPD, animal control, or other authorized law enforcement.
Thank you, Councilor Davila. Did you now want to second that motion, Councilor Gomez?
Yes, second.
Councilor Gomez has seconded that motion. Attorney Davis, are you clear on that motion?
I am clear. It's amending so that the only thing left in section 4 is the rider of any animal in violation of this article shall be subject to a civil fine of $300 per occurrence.
Correct.
And that's all that will be left, correct?
Correct.
Correct. If there is no discussion on the motion, Madam Clerk, can you please call the roll on the motion, and then we'll circle back around to Councilor Brown on the issue itself.
On the motion to amend section 4, Councilor Gomez?
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Whitfield?
No.
No. Councilor Davila?
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Fenton?
No.
No. Councilor Curran?
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Ramos?
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Walsh, absent. Councilor Williams?
No.
No. Councilor Allen?
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Letterman?
No.
No. Councilor Edwards?
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Brown?
No.
No. Councilor Hurst?
No. I believe that that does not pass, correct, Attorney Davis?
Correct. The motion fails.
The motion fails. Councilor Brown.
Yes, Mr. President, thank you. I just was curious. I just wanted to ask the attorney, is it possible to add where we can require them as far as whatever the penalty is? I mean, we don't even have to do it now. I yield the floor. But I just want to make sure we can add the fact that they have to actually get the permit. That's something we can do later. It's not. I yield the floor.
Councilor Brown yields. Is there any other discussion on the petition itself?
I have a question. I'm sorry, I haven't raised my voice because I'm doing 3 things at one time. I apologize, Mr. President, for not.
Councilor Gomez.
So I have kind of a problem with the fact that, one, we cannot seize this animal, but then we have criminal penalties attached to that. Because realistically, you guys said it. If you guys care about my community, then don't arrest them. And you can't arrest somebody, something that we can't seize. So the whole reasoning of amending that and making sure that it was amended was to make sure that we can't seize the horse. We can't arrest nobody on the horse. So, but it's part of that ordinance or this rules of the road or whatever the case may be that we're looking at. So there is a problem with that. And if we're going to vote on that right now, then I don't know if it's appropriate, but now I want to motion it to committee because I don't agree. I don't agree that we're going to vilify horse riders when we don't even have a stance on, I'm with, let's put it so we know who's going to be riding horses in Springfield, a civil offense, a civil infraction, because that's as much as we can do. The gentleman had just stated that you cannot, there's nobody that's going to take the horse. We can't seize the horse. Thomas J. O'Connor doesn't have a cage or even resources to feed a horse if we were to take the horse. So essentially, when you add a criminal component to it, it's on the basis of another MGL state law if there was animal cruelty or any of that stuff that are part of it. So to leave that part on leaves that unjust, that portion that we were trying to amend. I just don't see how we're going to keep a criminal component to it when versus the only thing that we can do as a city is just give them a civil infraction. Am I misunderstanding or maybe I'm ahead of myself? I just need a little bit more clarity.
Thank you, Councilor Gomez. Councilor Fenton. And then we'll...
I will just say that the reason that I oppose Councilor Davila's motion is because I wanted the city to have flexibility to charge an administrative fee. In light of Councilor Gomez's position, I'm happy to vote in favor of the amendment in the interest of moving this forward. So I would like to motion that we reintroduce Councilor Davila's motion in the hope that it passes, and I'll vote for it this time. That'll give us 7, okay?
Yes, second.
Thank you, Counselor Fenton, seconded by Counselor Letterman. Is there any further discussion on the motion? I see Counselor Davila, your hand is raised. Did Counselor Fenton say something? That
Yes, actually, I was going to, before the Councilor Fenton spoke, again, it's just my personal, the way I'm looking at it is the excellent time that we have spent on this, the great questions that have been asked by all the councilors, it further validates my opinion that this really belongs in committee for now. Again, we have not had, as far as I'm aware, a single committee on this, subcommittee meeting on this. We took this up back in March, but we had to suspend it to the COVID-19. The wisdom of the council was at the moment that it was not, that it doesn't go to committee. In lieu of, and I still, that's my position. I think that this should be in committee. However, if Councilor Fenton makes that motion, and that's stricken out, then in my mind, that will open the possibility of debating this further. But this really belongs to committee, in my opinion.
Thank you, Counselor Davila. There's a motion made by Counselor Fenton, seconded by Counselor Letterman. If there's no further discussion, Madam Clerk, on the motion.
On the motion, as previously stated by Counselor Davila, Counselor Gomez.
Yes.
Yes. Counselor Whitfield.
Yes.
Yes. Counselor Davila.
Yes.
Yes. Counselor Fenton.
Yes.
Yes. Counselor Karen.
Yes.
Yes. Counselor Ramos. Counselor Ramos.
Yes, he did give a thumbs up, Counselor Davis. I don't know if that's sufficient.
Counselor Walsh absent. Counselor Williams.
Yes.
Yes. Counselor Allen.
Yes.
Yes. Counselor Letterman.
Yes.
Yes. Counselor Edwards.
Yes.
Yes. Counselor Brown.
Yes.
Yes. Counselor Hurst.
Yes, the motion passes on the, are there any other questions on the petition itself? Seeing none, Madam Clerk, will you please call the roll on the petition?
On approving the petition, Counselor Gomez.
Yes.
Yes. Counselor Whitfield.
Yes.
Yes. Counselor Davila.
Yes.
Yes. Counselor Fenton.
Yes.
Yes. Counselor Karen.
Yes.
Yes. Counselor Ramos. Absent.
Yeah, so
Counselor.
he put his thumbs up. He's saying yes. I think he's having some technical difficulties.
I'm not seeing his thumbs up, so I don't know if it's being recorded. So
Okay.
I'm going to mark it as absent for the moment.
Okay.
Counselor Walsh, absent. Counselor Williams.
Yes.
Yes. Counselor Allen.
Yes.
Yes. Counselor Letterman.
Yes.
Yes. Counselor Edwards.
Yes.
Yes. Counselor Brown.
Yes.
Yes. Counselor Hurst.
Yes, the petition is approved. Counselor Ramos, you might want to try logging out and logging back on to see if we can get your volume connected. Madam Clerk, will you please call the next item on the agenda?
The next item on the agenda is Coronavirus Relief Fund in the amount of $6,496,829.
Is there anyone present to speak to this? Please state your name and address for the record.
Thank you, Mr. President. TJ Plant, CAFO, Garfield Street here in Springfield. So this, as part of the money that came from the federal government to the state, City of Springfield got an allocation of $13.6 million. We submitted this grant application for $6.4 million, almost $6.5 million for them for FY20. The remaining balance of $7 million roughly is going to stay in the grant for FY21. So if we incur other COVID-related expenses, we have funding to extinguish the deficits.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can. Thank you, TJ. Counselor Brown.
I would just ask if maybe you can get my number and call me sometimes when it comes to some of this stuff, because me, Councilor Fenton, even Councilor Gomez. A lot of our areas, it's highly populated, and it's the COVID epidemic is going to hit us the most. I'm just always, curious why we don't get phone calls and we don't get brought to the table. Because I want to help. That's all. You guys do a great job. Don't get me wrong. I love your work. But I just want you guys to, at least if you can, let us, call us a little bit and let us get a little bit more involved in some of that, because our community where we are definitely is being impacted, and I'm missing the connection between us. I want to be best friends with you guys.
I'm happy to provide more information, Counselor. Happy to do it. This is money dedicated directly for the city of Springfield's expenses as it relates to our deficit spending authority given to us by the state during the emergency pandemic. So I'll gladly open up the conversation and kind of let.
Yeah, because I'm just curious. You do know I work for the state also, so I would love to always, anytime you guys need to talk to me, or if you guys want to give me a call, I'm always available. I just really want to build a better relationship between the city council and, the different departments and how some of this money is spent. If we can be more in the loop.
Sure.
Thank you, Councilor Brown. Councilor Whitfield, followed by Councilor Letterman.
Thank you, Mr. President. TJ, I'm just trying to get clarification on what you said. So we got approved for a little over 13 million, but we're making up some of the money that was deficit spent already for FY20 and then carrying over 7,000 to FY21.
Yes, correct.
Okay, how much have we spent in deficit spent in FY20?
Right now, 6.9 million is currently what has been spent in deficit spending.
6.9, and where would the other? So if we go to like 7 million, where would that other money come from?
We have another 7 million access to at the state, and we also have 4.4 million in different entitlement grants that covers for very specific departments as it relates to COVID, and we're still applying for other grants as well. And
okay, thank you.
And FEMA reimbursement as well.
Oh, gotcha. And the 7 million that we're carrying over, does that affect the budget that you presented to us already? Like, can we not use some of the reserve funds or free cash?
No, it's an excellent question. That's what we're hoping is that two things could happen. One is the federal government eases up the rules of existing allocations, which that million is, and allows it to backfill lost revenue. The second way is obviously is if Congress is successful in getting the fourth stimulus, that's the backfill revenue for states and local governments. That's why we got to have those conversations as we get a better sense from the state and the federal government what they're doing.
Okay, so we're just waiting for the regulations to come down.
Some guidance from the state of where their heads at.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Whitfield. Councilor Letterman, followed by Councilor Allen.
Thanks, Mr. President. I have a couple of questions. The first is on this particular allocation from the state. So do we already have areas that we plan to spend this?
No, all we have is what we've spent to date, and this is so what we're doing now is mapping out the appropriate funding sources and trying to maximize this money. So if we got money that comes from a health grant, we'll put it on the health grant. If it was related to that, we'll put it on. Like, for example, later in this one is that one of the COVID money is for vehicles for the police department because they're going single occupant vehicles for COVID safety. And that's the stuff we're trying to be very strategic to maximize everywhere we can with all the different resources we have.
So between this and the federal funding that we've thus far received, of which we've expended nothing, right? We've just been deficit spending and plan is to match the expenditures to the most appropriate funding source.
Correct.
So between this and the federal, what are we? We have 6.4 million here, and then we had 2 federal grants so far, right?
Yeah, 4.4 was what the council accepted back in April, I believe. And then we got another 13.6, so 17.6, almost 18 million.
So, I mean, obviously, we're going to support accepting it tonight, but what I'm going to suggest is, as the president has mentioned, we're going to be going back into being able to hold subcommittee meetings, is that the appropriate subcommittee, once the finance department has put together what they, what type of funds they intend to match to what sources, and we see how much is there, and what other needs exist in the city, whether that's the city budget or the community, that we perhaps hold a committee hearing specifically just on COVID relief funding and expenditure, because I think that would be a positive exercise.
So we just finished up that analysis that you asked about. I'm meeting with my team on it tomorrow, so I should have something when we're ready to start doing subcommittees again.
Excellent, thank you.
And can I jump in and just say something about this grant?
If Councilor Letterman would like you to.
Okay.
Sure.
Thank you. So this grant through the state actually had specific expenses that were eligible for reimbursement. So it's not every possible thing the city could spend COVID-related funding on. And the formula for this grant was to take actual spending and spending out through the end of FY20. Then from all those costs that we submit, they say, oh, FEMA will be eligible to pay for this, FEMA will be eligible to pay for that. So the amount that we requested was about $9 million. They backed out what FEMA would pay for and gave us the 25% match, and that's how we landed on the 6.5.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Letterman. Councilor Allen, followed by Councilor Davila, and then Councilor Whitfield.
Thanks, Mr. President. A couple of follow-up questions similar to Councilor Whitfield's and Councilor Letterman's. This money that we're getting from the state, is this money that every city and town is getting from the state in some form?
Yes, this is the allocation formula that the state gives out to every city or town based upon a variety of factors, including population and different things.
Okay, so it's not special for us, it's just everybody got it. At the same time that we're getting money from them for the coronavirus relief fund, which is great, we're getting less money from them next year is the plan, is what you've been saying in the budget, right?
Correct. So yes, that's why process, because as we get more better information, I'll probably be coming to the council saying, say we get access to that $7 million, I'll probably say let's put $7 million into stabilization reserve, use the $7 million to balance the budget, and now we have the rainy day set up to really weather fiscal 22, 23, 24.
Right, gotcha. My only other question is similar. I saw there were allocations, I think, later in this budget from free cash. What was the, is there a breakdown, just high-level breakdown of free cash, where free cash that we're distributing? I think it was 3 million or something.
Yeah, Pat Burns will answer that question, Council.
Troy Huffbackill.
Councilors, make sure, and anyone else who is on the phone call, to mute your devices if you are not speaking. Thank you.
Thank you.
I know it off the top. So the certified free cash was approximately $4 million. We're using 10% this evening for the OPEB trust fund, which is approximately $313,000, and then $400,000 for the enterprise fund. So we will have a balance at the end of the evening of approximately $3.3 million.
That's still sitting there. I don't mean that it's extra money, but it's still sitting there unaccounted for yet, except for.
The plan is to use that as part of the budget. So when you're voting on the budget, there'll be an order that will designate the remaining free cash to be reserved to help balance the FY21 budget.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Allen. Councilor Davila, followed by Councilor Whitfield.
Thank you, Mr. President. I was going to have a quick question for TJ. TJ, that consultant that you mentioned a while back, is he on board yet or is he on board?
Yeah, he's on board. Him and his team have been helping us map out some of these funding sources and submit the reimbursement applications and all that stuff. So,
Right. So I remember you saying at the beginning of the crisis that we're going to do that, and he was going to help us with things like this to offset some of the money that we deficit spend.
Yep.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Davila. Councilor Whitfield, followed by Councilor Brown.
Thank you, Mr. President. I just have a follow-up question because I'm a little bit unclear. So we got 6.4 million for FY20. Now, if we use some of the grant money and say we only use 4.4 million of the 6.4 to cover FY20 expenses, can we carry the additional 2 million over to FY21?
Yes.
TJ?
Yes.
Okay. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Whitfield. Councilor Brown.
I just really want to stress the fact that I know when you guys get your money, it's still based on statistics that you're bringing from Ward 4 in the urban areas because they're highly populated areas. Because you have to report that to the state. I just want to make sure that we get the bulk of the attention when it comes to all this COVID stuff. So I want to make sure that we can, some of the counselors can meet, but in some of these highly populated areas, I want to be able to see that impact. And me being a Ward 4 counselor in a highly populated urban area, it scares me knowing, I do understand the state stuff, but I haven't been working with you guys in order to bring resources to Ward 4 from the city. And I just want to be able to do a better job, with collaborating with you guys, because I'm willing.
And to that point, Councilor Brown, I think things will be a bit differently after July 1st when folks start opening things up and having actual subcommittee meetings where we can kind of hash some of these issues out. I know I've been frustrated at the length of these meetings, but I think one of the reasons for that is because we have not been able to hash it out in subcommittee meetings. So we find ourselves at the city council meeting doing some of the things that we would have done during subcommittee meetings. So, my apologies as well. And we're July 1st.
Thank you, Mr. President.
So if there are no other questions regarding this grant, and I see no hands raised in the queue, Madam Clerk, will you please call the roll on accepting this grant?
On accepting the grant, Councilor Gomez.
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Whitfield.
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Davila.
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Fenton.
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Curran. Councilor Kieran.
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Ramos.
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Walsh absent. Councilor Williams.
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Allen.
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Letterman.
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Edwards.
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Brown.
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Hurst.
Yes, the grant is approved. Madam Clerk, will you please call the next item on the agenda?
The next item on the agenda is coronavirus emergency supplement funding in the amount of $425,682,000.
Is there anyone present to speak to this?
Plant Capital, this grant actually is given to the department, and they're actually going to use it to purchase 9 vehicles, or in this case 6 vehicles. We need to get 3 more. One thing that the coronavirus pandemic has stressed us on our vehicles with the police department, because they've gone to 1-person, 1-officer vehicles as a way to keep the men and women safe. And so they came to us looking for the ability to get 9 vehicles, and we found with 6, this is an eligible expense as it relates to the grant, and it frees up money that we can go after from FEMA and other things. So it's being very strategic.
Thank you, TJ. Are there any questions from the council? Seeing Councilor Davila.
Thank you, Mr. President. Am I unmuted?
You are.
Okay, good. TJ, quick question. I see that most of the bulk of this money is going to go towards the vehicles, but I also understand that some money is going to go to PPE supplies, particularly for masks and gloves, and soap. Is that correct?
It is correct.
Okay, so the question is, do we have, because that's a very little amount of money, I think it's only like 7,000. Do we feel comfortable that we have enough PPE to last us to the second wave that we're expecting?
So we are stockpiling PPE. Pat Sullivan's in charge of that. We just got 50,000 surgical masks and 140,000 gloves delivered last week. We're continuing to order stuff as we need it and stay on top of it and make sure we store it for if we have a second.
Thank you, TJ. The reason I ask is seems like a little monotonous, but I just want to make sure that we don't rely on donations all the time, that we actually are able to get it. But my compliments. Thank you.
Thank you. If there are no further questions from the council, Madam Clerk, Councilor Ramos.
TJ, what are some examples of other acceptable expenses that we can spend this sort of grant on? And how did we arrive at this prioritizing this list of expenses?
Yeah, so we have a lot of variety of funding sources. A lot of it for PPE for our officers, which we got a ton of donations for. It could be overtime if it's in response to the pandemic. It could be other, COVID-related expenses. We arrived at the decision, we made the decision for the vehicles. They were using every vehicle in our fleet and keep those things running. And there were some that were just in absolute disrepair that we need to replace.
President, I'm sorry, I'm having a really hard time hearing. Is there a microphone that you can bring a little bit closer to you? I can't really hear what you're saying.
You can't hear me?
Yeah.
Can you hear me now?
I can hear you, but you barely.
I think that might be you, Councilor Ramos.
Oh, it's a little staticky.
I have my volume all the way up.
I have no access to another microphone right now, so I'll just have to speak up. Yeah, so we were over the decision to do the vehicles, Counselor, because that was a need that was identified, knowing we had other funding sources to take care of the PPE, the police overtime, some of the other costs we've incurred on behalf of the police department. It allowed us to be strategic, scratch an itch of getting 9 vehicles for the police department and then still get them all the PPE they need to be safe on the job, because we got other funding sources for those things.
So I guess I don't have an issue with most of what we're going to be spending the money on. My concern is, are we neglecting, for example, these 9 vehicles? Are we neglecting spending money on other things that would be a higher priority? Whereas, what are we going to do once with these vehicles afterwards? Is that really a priority?
We should be replacing at least 10 to 20 vehicles a year. We have not kept up with that demand. These things are running 24/7, so that's why the commissioner made it a priority for vehicles. She came into a cabinet meeting one morning and said she needs vehicles, and this is how we got together and figured out the best way to do it.
Now, one more question. Where did the request actually come from? Did the department actually put in a priority list, and then you selected from that priority list?
More or less, they came in and said this is what they need, and we matched the grant to the need. So this one has a little more flexibility than, say, some of the other ones we have. So that's why we're trying to be strategic.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Ramos, Councilor Brown, followed by Councilor Davila.
I want to commend you guys, what you guys do, your protection and your service. I just would also stress when it comes to things like this, there are city councilors who are head of certain departments also. We have phone numbers. If you could call let us come. We'll come down. We'll talk to you guys. I want to know where those 10 cars are going to be. We'd love to know, you know, and you know, we just want to work together and have a better line of communication. You know, it's just when it comes to things like this, you know, I appreciate what you guys do. I love what you guys do, but I would love to open up the line of communication a little bit better between you guys and the city council. But thank you for everything you guys do.
Thank you, Councilor Brown. Councilor Davila.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'll be brief with my question. TJ, this grant, that money is going to be used, $418,000. Is that a lease that we're going to be doing?
No, it's a purchase.
Oh, it's an actual purchase?
Yeah.
How is that different from I think we usually lease the vehicles, right?
We've done debt for police vehicles. We've done a variety of leases for DPW vehicles, citywide vehicles, and we do leases for fire apparatus. So it all depends on what the rates are looking like, what's available. These vehicles the 6 of them happen to be on a lot and available quickly, so we were able to take advantage of that. So it all depends really on the volume of need.
So acquiring these vehicles will be cheaper than, it will be more cost effective than leasing them right now.
Well, right now we're struggling to keep all the police vehicles in working order. So some of the old ones that are in disrepair, they should keep putting them back together and sending the officers out there. So we figure new officer cruisers would be a better way to spend the grant money.
I'm trying to remember. I think recently we approved also a lot of money for vehicle replacement as well. But is it specifically because you said because of the new wear and tear, because of the COVID-19, because of the policy of one officer?
They need 10 to 20 vehicles every year. We have never been able to afford 10 to 20 vehicles. When the patrol board came in, they bought a ton of vehicles and they were all expiring at the same time. So now we're trying to get on a schedule that allows us to place them in a meaningful way.
All right, thank you, TJ.
Thank you, Councilor Davila. If there are no further questions regarding this grant, Madam Clerk, can you please call the roll?
On accepting the grant, Councilor Gomez?
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Whitfield?
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Davila?
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Fenton?
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Curran?
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Ramos?
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Walsh, absent. Councilor Williams?
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Allen?
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Letterman?
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Edwards?
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Brown?
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Hurst?
Yes, the grant is approved. Madam Clerk, will you please call items 5 and 6 together, please?
Items 5 and 6 are a facility recovery grant in the amount of $2,000 and a Parks Department donation in the amount of $30.
Madam Clerk, can you please call the roll on these two grants?
On accepting the 2 grants, Councilor Gomez?
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Whitfield?
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Davila?
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Fenton?
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Curran?
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Ramos?
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Walsh, absent. Councilor Williams?
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Allen?
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Letterman?
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Edwards?
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Brown?
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Hurst?
Yes, the grants are approved. Madam Clerk, will you please call the next item on the agenda?
The next item on the agenda is a bond authorization for MCDI demolition in Dewberry Park.
Is there anybody present to speak to this order?
So I'll start with the order in terms of the bond authorization. Pete Garvey's here to talk about any specifics of the project. This is the next step of trying to make sure we do the DeBerry Homer School replacements, where we've committed to replacing the parkland for about $2.5 million, and then just demolishing the MCI building because it's in desperate need to come down.
Councilor Brown.
I definitely want to commend you and commend the work that you guys are doing. This is a big project. We definitely need it. It's just the next phase to bringing Ward 4 a little bit prettier. I definitely would ask my colleagues to support this. It's something we definitely need.
Thank you, Councilor Brown. If there are no further questions and/or comments from the council, Madam Clerk, will you please call the roll on this order?
On approving the order, Counselor Gomez.
Yes.
Yes. Counselor Whitfield.
Yes.
Yes. Counselor Davila.
Yes.
Yes. Counselor Fenton.
Yes.
Yes. Counselor Curran.
Yes.
Yes. Counselor Ramos.
Yes.
Yes. Counselor Walsh, absent. Counselor Williams. Counselor Williams.
Counselor Williams had to switch
Yeah.
to, okay.
Yeah.
Yes. Counselor Allen.
Yes.
Yes. Counselor Letterman.
Yes.
Yes. Counselor Edwards.
Yes.
Yes. Counselor Brown.
Yes.
Yes. Counselor Hurst.
Yes, on suspending Rule 19 to take this order up in one vote, Madam Clerk, can you please call the roll?
On the suspension of Rule 19, Counselor Gomez.
Yes.
Yes. Counselor Whitfield.
Yes.
Yes. Counselor Davila.
Yes.
Yes. Counselor Fenton.
Yes.
Yes. Counselor Curran.
Yes.
Yes. Counselor Ramos.
Yes.
Yes. Counselor Walsh, absent. Counselor Williams.
Yes.
Yes. Counselor Allen.
Yes.
Yes. Counselor Letterman.
Yes.
Yes. Counselor Edwards.
Yes.
Yes. Counselor Brown.
Yes.
Yes. Counselor Hurst.
Yes, the order is approved. Madam Clerk, will you please call the next item on the agenda?
The next item on the agenda is for a budget transfer within a department for $1,758,176.78.
Is there anyone present to speak to this order?
Thank you, Mr. President. TJ Plant, CAFO. So as part of balancing the FY21 budget, we actually put we froze, we put a freeze on the spending of the PAYGO account as a way for us to stay in technical compliance and appropriate sufficient resources for the PAYGO capital account and will allow us to avoid $1.7 million in further budget cuts. This is a strategic way for us to address the FY21 budget challenges. We are asking the City Council to authorize us to move this money into fiscal 21 so we can use it for PAYGO projects in next fiscal year.
Thank you, TJ. Are there any questions or comments from the council? Councilor Gomez.
Thank you, Mr. President. TJ, can you talk to us about anything that's coming up that, just to give the opportunity of listeners at home and what some of this money could be spent on or what it will? Because you said that's for capital, projects. Is there any capital projects right now that are close to it that you're going to need to spend some money as of right now?
I don't really have a list per se in front of me as of what projects. I know obviously the city's list is vast and the need is great. But typically the capital is anything that's $25,000 or more that has a useful life of 10 years or more. And sometimes we've done technology. It all kind of depends on kind of what the need is at the moment. The concept of the PAYGO capital is to have cash available to fund projects that you wouldn't otherwise want to spend bond money for. You may not want to spend a $250,000 bond authorization for a road improvement. You may want to spend it on, something else.
Right.
So those are the things where it's kind of like we're doing the park and MCDI for $5.5 million. That's what you want it to be for, rather than Chris needs a new vehicle, so I'm going to buy him a $30,000 vehicle, or something. So that's kind of the strategy behind it. But I don't have a list with me tonight.
Chris, you need a car?
Absolutely.
No, I kind of just a little understanding. Yeah, obviously, we were joking, people in the media, that it was just a little joke. We didn't mean that. So, my question is, so, and it's just using this as as I guess to give a little bit more context to it. So there was a time. I think it was, I don't know when exactly it was. It was a couple years ago. Cause now I can say that I feel a little tenured now because I've been around for a little bit. But there was a time when we had not voted to approve the steps to City Hall, and the way that you were able to find or fund the steps at City Hall was through PAYGO, right?
Correct.
All right. All right.
Thank you, Councilor Gomez. Councilor Allen, followed by Councilor Davila.
Thanks, Mr. President. TJ, just let me explain what I think you're doing and just correct me if I'm wrong. So this money, 1.7 million, was in the fiscal 20 budget in the same line code?
Correct.
And you're just saying we didn't get to and these were the specific places you expected to spend it, those different lines representing different projects. And you're just going to you would like to move that whole bunch of money to the fiscal 21 budget?
Correct.
And will
to avoid deeper budget cuts.
Go ahead. What?
To avoid deeper budget cuts. You know, when you're grappling with the deficit, this 1.7 helped us figure out how to reduce the deficit for FY21 to get to balance.
So in this way, it doesn't go into the DOR calculation of free cash. I mean, we could have left it there and might be certified as free cash, but am I correct?
Yeah, it could be there if we just let it flow to free cash. It would be part of that process. What we're doing is tying it up so it doesn't have to go through that process in the off chance we don't get it.
On the off chance you don't get what?
Yeah, because if you have free cash, if you have a negative grant balance account or a deficit in any of the special revenue accounts, that they hit you on free cash. We don't anticipate to do that, but in the off chance that there's a couple of school department grants or smaller grants that we don't get cash flow on, then it could hurt us.
I see. Okay. So these projects, is there a reason what isn't the normal amount that goes into PAYGO like 3 million or so?
I think it's closer to 4 million now.
Okay, so we spent a couple million, there's 1.7 left. And what's the reason we didn't get to these? Is it mainly COVID or?
A lot of reasons. COVID, part of it is we realized our revenue was plummeting and we needed to balance FY21. There was a whole lot of conversations about what made sense in order to avert massive cuts. I mean, the directive really was to do no layoffs in FY21's budget presentation. And this is one of the ways I got to effectuate and reduce $1.7 million while having to impact core services.
Okay, so when you do I don't have my budget in detail in front of me here, but well, I do have it, but I'm not going to look it up. Is your budget for 2021, say it was 4 million this year for PAYGO, is it going to be 4 million minus this 1.7, or will you put in another 4 million so we'll have a larger?
It's just to meet our statutory or ordinance requirement that we do 1.5% of local source revenue and still be in technical compliance and not have to appropriate the additional 1.7. So it'll be less. It'll be 4 million minus the 1.7 as the appropriation that comes from this.
I'm missing, your voice is trailing off, but so it's 1.7 plus what we budget for it in the budget?
Yeah, you got to the total 1.5% that we're required to have.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Allen. Councilor Davila on the order.
Thank you, Mr. President. TJ, just a quick question. I'm looking here on what's one of the projects is 20,000 for wood processing plant. Can you shed some light what that is? It's on your memo that you gave us.
If you want details of specific projects, I'll have to get on. I didn't come with the details of every specific PAYGO project that's being spent.
Mr. President, I can.
TJ, can you speak into the mic, TJ? You are trailing off at times, sir.
So, I did not bring a list of what all these projects that have been funded with me, so I'll have to send an email to the council after this.
Okay.
I
That's
don't
good
have the
enough.
details of the specific project. This is just to tell you what was spent.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Davila. Councilor Letterman on the order, followed by
you,
Councilor Ramos.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. TJ, can you just clarify for me a little bit more, because I'm reading your memo, but I want to make sure I'm understanding correctly. You want to this is funding that is currently in PAYGO.
Correct.
That is left over from these projects that are listed here?
No, those are the projects that have been completed, leaving a balance of 1.7 million unspent.
Right. So these projects are done, you're saying?
Correct.
And there is the leftover funds total 1.7 million.
Correct.
So you want to do what with that 1.7 million?
Put it towards next year's PAYGO appropriation to avoid budget cuts.
So you just want to carry it over?
Right. So I have still around $4 million worth of PAYGO for FY21. This allows me to use 1.7 plus 2.3, and then I can meet the ordinance requirement.
Okay, that is fine.
Before service cuts.
I understand. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Letterman. Councilor Ramos.
Yeah, what happens to this money if we don't approve this tonight?
It goes through the free cash process that Pat Burns will have certified sometime next fall.
Sorry, I didn't get that. Can you repeat that, please?
So it'll go to the free cash process and have to go through the state process to get certified as free cash. And depending on deficits and any accounts, there might be a little risk with that. So we're trying to be the least risky way. And then the other part of it is I'm no longer in compliance with the ordinance that has 1.5% of local revenue available for appropriation for capital projects. So I'll have to go back to the FY21 budget and start carrying it back by another 1.7 million.
Explain that last part one more time. If we are not in compliance with the ordinance, what happens?
I have to appropriate $4 million to the PAYGO account for the ordinance. And if I'm only appropriating 2.3 because I was banking on this 1.7, then I'm going to have to find $1.7 million worth of budget cuts or savings somehow.
Worth of budget cuts from the overall budget?
FY21 recommended budget.
So, Mr. President, I'm not certain that I fully understand that process. I do have some concerns, however, though, because we keep hearing that we may be going into a recession, and we're going to be facing challenging times ahead. Not sure if everyone on the council is aware of this, but we have no authority or say so over PAYGO. PAYGO expenses do not have to be approved by the city council. However, if this money somehow does find its way back into the general fund, then that is an opportunity for the city council to have a say so as to how it would be spent. To be honest with you, that would be my preference. We're talking about $1.7 million. And, if we put this money back into PAYGO without any say so as to what, where, when it would be spent, then, I have an issue with that. I much rather have city council approval as to where and when and how it should be spent. So if there's a way that this money can find its way back into the general fund, that would be my preference, Mr. President.
Thank you, Councilor Ramos. Councilor Whitfield.
Thank you, Mr. President. TJ, according to the state law, we have to have $4 million in PAYGO. Is that what you were saying?
No, it's city ordinance. I have to have 1.5% of local source revenue available for PAYGO.
So it's the city ordinance that we're supposed to have that amount in there?
Correct.
And according to, so right now we put in the budget 2.3 million to go into PAYGO, and we're going to
expectation and hope that this would pass to make the full 4 million.
So that we don't have to cut services in order to meet that PAYGO requirement.
Correct.
And I don't think that there's some projects that, I think they always give us a breakdown of PAYGO projects. I don't think that we have to nickel and dime every single project. PAYGO's been around since when I was working on the budget. And these are smaller projects. When it comes to the larger projects like DeBerry, school in Lincoln and Brightwood. I mean, that's understandable because they're like millions and millions of dollars, but there's a limitation on these type of projects. And I think that whenever we want to know what PAYGO projects are, what are out there, we can always ask and request that. But I don't think that there's some things that we have to give a little bit of leeway on. Like, I don't know if we need to really, I mean, do we trust our finance team at all to make some qualified decisions? It's TJ, what is the maximum amount on the project that you could use PAYGO for?
No, it's 25,000 or more. So,
But oh, it's 25,000 or more. So or more, all the way up to the 4,000 in the, I mean 4 million in the account.
Correct.
Oh, that's different, but
No, some of it could be 200,000, some of it could be 100,000, some of it could be 250 grant match for a park. I mean, that's what a lot of it ends up being.
Grant matches
and stuff like that. Where like, you know, we're trying to get a turf field that we're committing to matching if we can get some federal and state funding for it, and that's one of the ones we use. So I'm happy to talk about the strategies and happy to talk about the projects. Happy to talk about the improvement plan.
We can always have a finance committee to get down to what you're going to use the money for. I don't mind doing that, but I think that I'd rather put the money in PAYGO now than cut services or cut positions in order to meet the ordinance requirement. So I'm going to vote yes for this transfer, and that's just my 2 cents.
Yeah, I mean, the hope is I'm just trying to be strategic and keep services going and keep people working. This isn't a bait and switch or anything. This is literally, I thought this was a good strategy to avoid 1.7 million in cuts. But you know.
And I also agree because I know when we worked in finance, this is something that we always did. Like we will always fund PAYGO for smaller projects and for grant matches, and I think that we should continue on with that strategy. And whenever anyone questions the PAYGO capital projects, then we should reach out instead of doing it once a year or doing it when a transfer comes up. We can always use our resources and just reach out for the information that we're looking for.
I'm going to add it to an agenda to talk about it any meetings you guys want.
Thank you.
Thank you, TJ, and thank you, Councilor Whitfield. Councilor Davila, followed by Councilor Gomez on the order.
Thank you, Mr. President. TJ, a quick question so that I'm crystal clear what I'm voting on. So this money, let me tell you what I think I understood, and tell me if I'm correct. So we're going to transfer this amount, 1.7, into the PAYGO so that we can fulfill the city ordinance that says we have to have at least $4 million, and this is going to help us to carry forward the projects which you outlined, correct?
Correct.
Sorry. Now, and so if we don't do that, it's going to put, you're going to have to find the money from somewhere else, which may throw off the entire, possibly, I don't want to say the whole budget, but it's going to make already a little bit of a dent in the budget, right?
You were trailing off at the end. I don't know if I heard you completely your last part.
I'm just saying that is that those calculations already in the budget? The reason I ask because I think I read in the budget for the fire department. Let me just double check real quick. Fire department, page 17, that there's money for helmets in there, and I see that, one being all the projects on the.
So, we're doing a replacement schedule for helmets in the fire department. And so we use some PAYGO money, get them so quickly now, and then we put a little bit of money in the budget to replace a few more next year.
Okay, so it's always a turnover of equipment that they need. Correct. Is that okay? Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Davila. Councilor Gomez.
TJ, are you is your office obligated, or whenever you spend PAYGO, to notify the council that any of this money is being used?
There is no requirement for notification. However, we do report on it. I meet with my analysts on it monthly.
All right, no problem. I just wanted to, because you said that the reason why you have to put 4 million in the account is because it's per ordinance. So I was just thinking maybe if it's an ordinance that we can add something that has just a notification there. So, if counselors have questions of when PAYGO is being utilized, it's not saying that, because you guys don't need permission to use it once it's there. It's just for, to know, hey, like he said, we bought some helmets, or we matched it with this, or we matched it with that. But maybe it's something that we can look into down the line. But maybe my questions were just more because once I seen it on the agenda, obviously you said that you have the list and you'll get it to us after we're done. But maybe sometimes we could have just had it early on specific, so then we have it kind of in front of us. But I understand why you need the money in PAYGO. Like as per usual, your office does a fantastic job when it comes to our finances. I think it's more on the fact that just putting money into an account when there's no city council oversight. But the notification, I am interested in maybe when it comes to that ordinance, maybe amending or adding a notification to it. So then we kind of or a notification to the finance subcommittee. So then that can be reported out. So we know when that money is being spent, at least. So we're not caught up in these questions as per usual.
Thank you, Councilor Gomez. I'm sorry, TJ.
No issue with reporting back and sending out the updates and all that stuff. We can do it on a monthly basis.
Yeah, of course. No, I trust. Yeah, we're good. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Allen.
Thanks, Mr. President. I was just going to suggest, I'm on the Finance Committee. I know Councilor Whitfield is chair, and she mentioned this before. We always have regular meetings before we have regular Finance Committee meetings generally before every regular City Council meeting. And I would just suggest we could just get an update at that point of what's going on with PAYGO. We spend every year it comes up in the same kind of discussion is held like we just held. And I think the move that TJ is suggesting tonight is a good move. And I think if we want updates, we could just we can get a monthly update at the Finance Committee meeting. That'd be my suggestion. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Allen. Seeing no further questions in the queue, Madam Clerk, on the order, can you please call the roll?
On approving the budget transfer, Councilor Gomez.
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Whitfield.
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Davila.
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Fenton.
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Curran.
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Ramos.
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Walsh absent. Councilor Williams.
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Allen.
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Letterman.
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Edwards.
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Brown. Councilor Brown. Absent. Councilor Hurst.
Yes.
Oh, Councilor Brown, yes. Councilor Hurst.
Yes. Madam Clerk, on suspending Rule 19 to take this order up in one vote, can you please call the roll?
On the suspension of Rule 19, Councilor Gomez.
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Whitfield.
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Davila.
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Fenton.
Yes.
Yes. Yes. Councilor Curran.
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Ramos.
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Walsh absent. Councilor Williams.
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Allen.
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Letterman.
Yes.
Councilor Edwards.
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Brown.
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Hurst.
Yes, the order is approved. Madam Clerk, will you please call the next item on the agenda?
The next item on the agenda is a budget transfer in the amount of $75,483.
Is there anyone present to speak to this order?
Good evening, councilors. Chris Sigroli, DPW Director. We have two items on the agenda tonight that are similar, item 9 and item 11. Item 9 is moving the $75,000 from retained earnings for fiscal year 19 to cover costs associated Basically, since the beginning of the pandemic, our volume of trash has gone through the roof. And by the end of the fiscal year, we're going to be about 2,000 tons over. So the transfer in item 9 and then the item in transfer 11 is required to cover those deficits that are going to occur.
Thank you, Chris. Are there any questions regarding this order from the council? Seeing none, Madam Councilor Brown.
I definitely love the job that you're doing. My area is heavily concentrated in trash. I haven't got I need a little bit more effort. But don't get me wrong, I've been having complaints from a lot of my constituents. I just wanted to go on record. It's not that you don't do a great job, but I need more sweepers in Ward 4. I need trash cans. I need more dumpsters. We definitely need more attention where we are. I need crosswalks. There's things that, you know, it's great when you want to come and get money passed out to you, but where I'm at, I need to sit down with you. And I definitely want to call you and talk to you to see if we can help some of the constituents where I'm at.
Thank you, Councilor Brown. Councilor Davila.
Thank you, Mr. President. Are we taking item 9 and 11 together or just 9?
Just 9.
Just 9, okay. Okay, that was just my question.
Okay, if there are no further questions from the council, Madam Clerk, will you please call the roll on the order?
On the order to approve the transfer, Counselor Gomez?
Yes.
Yes. Counselor Whitfield?
Yes.
Yes. Counselor Davila?
Yes.
Yes. Counselor Fenton?
Yes.
Yes. Counselor Curran?
Yes.
Yes. Counselor Ramos?
Yes.
Yes. Counselor Walsh, absent. Counselor Williams?
Yes.
Yes. Counselor Allen?
Yes.
Yes. Counselor Letterman?
Yes.
Yes. Counselor Edwards?
Yes.
Yes. Counselor Brown?
Yes.
Yes. Counselor Hurst?
Yes, Madam Clerk, can you please call the rule on suspending Rule 19 to take this order up in one vote?
On the suspension of Rule 19, Counselor Gomez?
Yes.
Yes. Counselor Whitfield?
Yes.
Yes. Counselor Davila?
Yes.
Yes. Counselor Fenton?
Yes.
Yes. Counselor Curran?
Yes.
Yes. Counselor Ramos?
Yes.
Yes. Counselor Walsh, absent. Counselor Williams?
Yes.
Yes. Counselor Allen?
Yes.
Yes. Counselor Letterman?
Yes.
Yes. Counselor Edwards?
Yes.
Yes. Counselor Brown?
Yes.
Yes. Counselor Hurst?
Yes, the order is approved. Madam Clerk, will you please call the next item on the agenda?
The next item on the agenda is a transfer in the amount of $12,264.89.
Is there anyone present to speak to this transfer?
Thank you, Mr. President. Patrick Burns, Comptroller. Tonight we have an order to transfer $12,264.89 into the retirement appropriation so it can be paid to the Springfield Retirement Board to make up contributions for a city employee who was called to active duty between the years of 2002 and 2008.
Thank you. Are there any questions regarding this order from the council? Seeing none, Madam Clerk, will you please call the roll on the order? This requires a 2/3 vote from the council.
On approving the transfer, Counselor Gomez?
Yes.
Yes. Counselor Whitfield?
Yes.
Yes. Counselor Davila?
Yes.
Yes. Counselor Fenton?
Yes.
Yes. Counselor Curran?
Yes.
Yes. Counselor Ramos?
Yes.
Yes. Counselor Walsh, absent. Counselor Williams?
Yes.
Yes. Counselor Allen?
Yes.
Yes. Counselor Letterman?
Yes.
Yes, Counselor Edwards.
Yes.
Yes, Counselor Brown.
Yes.
Yes, Counselor Hurst.
Yes, Madam Clerk, can you please call the roll on suspending Rule 19 to take this order up in one vote?
On the suspension of Rule 19, Counselor Gomez.
Yes.
Yes, Counselor Whitfield.
Yes.
Yes, Counselor Davila.
Yes.
Yes, Counselor Fenton.
Yes.
Yes, Counselor Curran.
Yes.
Yes, Counselor Ramos.
Yes.
Yes, Counselor Walsh, absent. Counselor Williams.
Yes.
Yes, Counselor Allen.
Yes.
Yes, Counselor Letterman.
Yes.
Yes, Counselor Edwards.
Yes.
Yes, Counselor Brown.
Yes.
Yes, Counselor Hurst.
Yes, the order is approved. Madam Clerk, will you please call the next item on the agenda?
The next item on the agenda is free cash to DPW Enterprise Fund in the amount of $400,000 even.
Good evening, councilors. Similar to the discussion we had on item 9, item 11 is transferring $400,000 from free cash from fiscal year 19 in the enterprise fund. 100,000 of it will go to the line item for the tipping fee. As I mentioned, we had an increase in tonnage, and 300,000 of it will go to the line item for revenue based upon the city's delaying collection of the trash fee and not applying any liens, fines, or penalties. This $300,000 will be able to balance the enterprise budget for this year.
Thank you. Are there any questions or comments from the council? Seeing none, Madam Clerk, will you please call the roll on this order?
On approving the order of free cash to the Enterprise Fund, Counselor Gomez.
Yes.
Yes, Counselor Whitfield.
Yes.
Yes, Counselor Davila.
Yes.
Yes, Counselor Fenton.
Yes.
Yes, Counselor Curran.
Yes.
Yes, Counselor Ramos.
Yes.
Yes, Counselor Walsh, absent. Counselor Williams.
Yes.
Yes, Counselor Allen.
Yes.
Yes, Counselor Letterman.
Yes.
Yes, Counselor Brown. I'm sorry, Counselor Edwards.
Yes.
Yes, Counselor Brown.
Yes.
Yes, Counselor Hurst.
Yes, on suspending Rule 19 to take this order up in one vote, Madam Clerk, can you please call the roll?
Counselor Gomez, on the suspension of Rule 19. Counselor Gomez.
Yes.
Yes, Counselor Whitfield.
Yes.
Yes, Counselor Davila.
Yes.
Yes, Counselor Fenton.
Yes.
Yes, Counselor Curran.
Yes.
Yes, Counselor Ramos.
Yes.
Yes, Counselor Walsh, absent. Counselor Williams.
Yes.
Yes, Counselor Allen.
Yes.
Yes, Counselor Letterman.
Yes.
Yes, Counselor Edwards.
Yes.
Yes, Counselor Brown.
Yes.
Yes, Counselor Hurst.
Yes, the order is approved. Madam Clerk, will you please call the next item on the agenda?
The next item on the agenda is free cash to OPEB Trust in the amount of $313,558.70.
Is there anyone present to speak to this order?
President TJ Plant. This is as part of our ordinances we adopted that we would put 10% of free cash aside into the OPEB trust fund as it relates and required by what is it, accounting? The government accounting standards. We're sorry, I had a moment there. So we're looking to move this 300,000 into the trust to stay in compliance with.
Thank you. Counselor Ramos, followed by Counselor Allen.
TJ, what is our total for free cash, and what will be our total once we approve all of these requests tonight?
It was 4, then we got an updated free cash number for 800,000, and that's going to be around 3.2 by the end of the night. That's going to be used for FY21's budget.
By the end of the night, I'm sorry?
At the end of the night, it'll be 3.2 remaining balance that we're going to use for FY21's budget.
So the remaining 3.2 at the end of tonight's meeting will be used for next year's budget. Okay, so no more free cash expenses for this fiscal year.
I hope not. I mean, not unless any disaster comes up, but.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Ramos. Councilor Allen.
Thanks, Mr. President. I just have to follow up on that one, TJ. I think the OPEB trust money from free cash, ooh, there goes the first fireworks. The OPEB trust money, I think, is but from a formula, right? Isn't it 15% or something?
It's 10% of certified free cash.
And didn't we also pass an ordinance to put some percentage of free cash also into the pension?
We did have a conversation about that. I figured you'd bring it up, Councilor Allen. Right now, the way the market's been doing, that we met internally and realized that putting it directly above our appropriation into the market and through the market volatility wasn't the smartest investment decision. So I think we need to regroup and figure out a better way to kind of get at what you're trying to accomplish by going above the, because it didn't have the intended effect that we hoped it would.
Yeah, well, you know, the investment world is unfortunate. You know, the last few months it's gone down, it's going to go back up. But so part of it, I understand your hesitation, but I don't want to lose the fact that that was in lieu of the, remember we put an extra $1 million in 1 year out of free cash. We put an extra, I think another $1 million in the second year. And then we said, well, that's kind of not the best way to go about it. Let's just pass an ordinance that says 15% of free cash goes to the pension every year. So I don't want to lose that part of it. I'm happy to have a further discussion on the investment performance. It's not pretty, but that doesn't change the 15% part going to the pension. Or if it does, we should have a separate conversation on that.
I do want to have a separate conversation about strategy with anyone that wants to get involved, just to kind of share with you what the latest thinking was.
Yeah, that's fine. I'm not trying to stop this. I just, when I saw it on there after I asked about free cash before, yeah, sitting here, it just dawned on me, well, that would, you know, that we had that same concept for the pension. So I'm happy to vote yes on this, but let's just have a separate conversation with whomever wants to be involved. And so we understand. I know it's been an unfortunate, you know, a lot of our, I'm not expecting a great actuarial report from the guy next spring, but we have to deal. And this was our way of, one of our other ways of supplementing the amount going into the pension. Just want to make that point.
Thank you, Councilor Allen. Are there any other questions or comments from the council? Seeing none, Madam Clerk, will you please call the roll on this order? Requires a 2/3 roll call vote from the council for passage.
On approving the order, Councilor Gomez?
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Whitfield?
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Davila?
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Fenton?
Yeah.
Yes. Councilor Curran?
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Ramos?
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Walsh, absent. Councilor Williams?
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Allen?
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Letterman?
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Edwards? Councilor Edwards?
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Brown?
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Hurst?
Yes, Madam Clerk, on suspending Rule 19 to take this order up in one vote, can you please
On
call
the
the roll?
Of Rule 19, Councilor Gomez?
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Whitfield?
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Davila?
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Fenton?
Yeah.
Yes. Councilor Curran?
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Ramos?
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Walsh, absent. Councilor Williams?
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Allen?
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Letterman?
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Edwards?
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Brown?
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Hurst?
Yes, the order is approved. Madam Clerk, will you please call the next item on the agenda?
The next item on the agenda is related to the 14th item on the agenda. The first part is the appropriation order for taking damages at Berkshire Ave and Cottage.
Is there anyone present to speak to this order?
Good evening, councilors. Chris Signoli, DPW Director. The city has finished the design improvements to Berkshire Avenue, Cottage, and Harvey Streets. The project is fully funded for construction by Mass DOT and will be going out to bid within the next 60 days. The last item for the city is to take all of the land takings that are required and the temporary construction easements. As part of the project, we have 5 permanent takings that total $8,200. And then we have 12 temporary construction easements that cost $5,300 for $15,500. The funding for this is out of our Chapter 90 money that we have from the state of Massachusetts, Mass DOT. The project is ready to go to ready to go out to bid at this point, and it's been through all of the reviews with Mass DOT.
Thank you, Chris. Councilor Ramos.
Chris, thank you for all of your work on this project. You know, I've been bugging you about this project ever since, even before I got elected to office. It's been a long time coming. Excuse me, a long time coming, but you know, through all of the hard work of your department and the advocacy of the people of my district, we finally have arrived at the point where we're going to get it done. I love the fact that we're here. I don't want to have any further delays. However, I do have some concerns that I need to express on behalf of one of my constituents who owns the property actually at 720 Berkshire and was concerned about the evaluation of his property. And so I guess my question is, how did we arrive at the amount for that property? And is it a temporary or is it a permanent taking from 720 Berkshire?
720 Berkshire is a temporary construction easement. It is right on the west side of Berkshire Avenue where Harvey Street intersects it. As part of the project, we're putting in a new sidewalk along that edge of road. So what we are required for Mass DOT is to give us a 5-foot easement behind the sidewalk in order to put the sidewalk in. And he has a driveway that enters his property. We'll be putting in a brand new driveway. And at that driveway area, we have a little bit bigger of construction easement to repair the driveway where the new sidewalk and driveway will meet his property. There is no permanent taken associated with his property at all. It's all temporary construction easements.
Has that been communicated to him? It didn't sound like the way that he explained it to me. I'm not sure that he's aware that he's going to be getting a new sidewalk and a new driveway. Has that been communicated to him at all?
He hasn't called us. I don't know if he hasn't called you.
Sorry, I can't hear. I'm getting static from.
No, I just because I know when we send out the letters, we put our names on them as well. We have not received any phone calls. Nobody has contacted you, Robert, have they?
Sorry?
I'm sorry. This is Robert Suchuk, City of Springfield. The amounts are based on appraisals and review appraisals by certified appraisers, so that those amounts are again by appraiser and review appraisal. That's how the amounts damages are brought up.
He hasn't contacted you directly.
No, he has not contacted me, but I'm just answering further of how the amounts came. It's from a appraiser and a review appraiser.
Just have him contact us, and we'll go over the plans with him. That's right.
If counselors could please mute their phones, we're certainly hearing some static in the background. We're hearing some static.
Thank you. Can you repeat that, Chris?
I was just gonna say, Orlando, just have him get in touch with us. We'll go through the plan with him.
Okay.
No problem. Yep.
All right. So my final question, timeline, when are we looking to start?
It'll most likely start next spring.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Ramos. Seeing no further questions from the council, Madam,
May I add something, Council President?
you may.
This order of taking, there's actually a typo. It should say, for the temporary easements, it should say 3-year term. We have it as a 5-year term. I just want to let everyone know it's a 3-year term in the order of taking, not a 5-year term for the temporary easements. Thank you.
So that's the next item, correct?
Oh, yes, I thought they were both being heard at the same time. I apologize.
No, we're going to take them each separately, and we might need an amendment, although I'll defer to the clerk on the second item regarding the issue you brought up. So, Madam Clerk, seeing that there's no more further questions, can you please call the roll?
On approving the appropriation order, Councilor Gomez?
Yeah.
Yes. Councilor Whitfield?
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Davila?
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Fenton?
Yeah.
Yes. Councilor Curran?
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Ramos?
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Walsh absent. Councilor Williams?
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Allen?
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Letterman?
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Edwards?
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Brown? Councilor Brown?
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Hurst?
Yes. Madam Clerk, can you please call the roll on suspending Rule 19 to take this order up in one vote?
On the suspension of Rule 19, Councilor Gomez?
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Whitfield?
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Davila?
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Fenton?
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Curran?
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Ramos?
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Walsh absent. Councilor Williams?
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Allen?
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Letterman?
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Edwards?
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Brown?
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Hurst?
Yes, the order is approved. Madam Clerk, do we need an amendment on item number 14?
We do.
Can we have a counselor make a motion to amend the language to say 3 years? Is that accurate, attorney? Attorney Shushuk?
I'll speak for him. Yes, it is.
Oh, I always forget to unmute. I apologize.
It's all right. Can we have a motion from a counselor just to correct the language?
So be it.
Motion made by Councilor Davila. Is there a second by the council? Second by Councilor Whitfield. Madam Clerk, can you please call the roll on the motion?
On approving the motion to amend, Councilor Gomez?
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Whitfield?
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Davila?
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Fenton?
Yeah.
Yes. Councilor Curran?
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Ramos?
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Walsh absent. Councilor Williams?
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Allen?
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Letterman?
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Edwards?
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Brown?
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Hurst?
Yes, the amendment is approved. Madam Clerk, can you please call the roll on the order?
On the order of taking, Councilor Gomez?
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Whitfield?
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Davila?
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Fenton?
Yeah.
Yes. Councilor Curran?
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Ramos?
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Walsh absent. Councilor Williams?
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Allen?
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Letterman?
Yes.
Yes, Counselor Edwards?
Yes.
Yes, Counselor Brown?
Yes.
Yes, Counselor Hurst.
Yes, on suspending Rule 19 to take this order up in one vote. Madam Clerk, can you please call the roll?
On the suspension of Rule 19, Counselor Gomez?
Yes.
Yes, Counselor Whitfield?
Yes.
Yes. Counselor Davila?
Yes.
Yes, Counselor Fenton?
Yes.
Yes, Counselor Curran?
Yes.
Yes, Counselor Ramos?
Yes.
Yes. Counselor Walsh absent. Counselor Williams?
Yes.
Yes. Counselor Allen?
Yes.
Yes. Counselor Letterman?
Yes.
Yes. Counselor Edwards?
Yes.
Yes. Counselor Brown?
Yes.
Yes. Counselor Hurst.
Yes, the order is approved. Madam Clerk, can you please call the next item on the agenda?
The next item on the agenda is an order authorizing transfer of land at Northside Hampden Street to WGBH in the amount of $10,000.
I think we might have missed
We skipped number
item
15.
number 15.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
That's
Item
all
number
right.
15 is an order of taking of land from Springfield College for the new Dewberry for $100,000.
Is there anyone here?
Mr. President? Mr.
Yes,
President?
Counselor. Yes, Counselor Allen.
Sorry to interrupt, but I would like to recuse myself from this, be recused from this because I teach at Springfield College.
Thank you, Counselor Allen. Madam Clerk, can we please notate Counselor Allen as recusing himself from item number 15?
Yes.
Thank you. Is there anyone present to speak to item number 15?
Mr. President, this is Kathy Breck from the City Law Department, and I'm happy to present this item.
Please state your address for the record, Ms.
Sure.
Breck.
City of Springfield Law Department, 36 Court Street, Springfield, Mass. This is the result of the successful approval of the Article 97 legislation that the council approved some time ago in order to do replacement parkland for the DeBerry Park so that we could use the existing DeBerry Park for the construction of the new DeBerry and Homer School, which is great. So Springfield College has agreed that to a $100,000 purchase price for 12 lots that they own on Wilbraham Avenue, and we're doing it as an order of taking in order to make sure that there's completely clear title to the property, not that there's an issue. Springfield College is fully on board and support it.
Thank you.
So these parcels will form part of the new DeBerry Park.
Thank you, Attorney. Counselor Brown.
I want to commend Springfield College on their effort in getting this project moving forward to educate the children in the community. And I just would want to urge my colleagues to support the project. And I just want to commend you. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Counselor Brown. If there are no further questions from the council, Madam Clerk, will you please call the roll on this order? This requires a 2/3 majority vote from the council.
On approving the order of taking from Springfield College for the new Dewberry Park, Counselor Gomez?
Yes.
Yes. Counselor Whitfield?
Yes.
Yes. Counselor Davila?
Yes.
Yes. Counselor Fenton?
Yes.
Yes. Counselor Curran?
Yes.
Yes. Counselor Ramos?
Yes.
Yes. Counselor Walsh absent. Counselor Williams?
Yes.
Yes. Counselor Allen?
He recused
Counselor.
himself.
Oh, I'm
recused
sorry.
himself.
I'm sorry. That's right. I'm sorry. I apologize. Thank you, Counselor. Counselor Letterman. Counselor Allen recused. Counselor Letterman.
Yes.
Yes. Counselor Edwards.
Yes.
Yes. Counselor Brown.
Yes.
Yes. Counselor Hurst.
Yes. Madam Clerk, will you please call the rule on suspending, will you please call the roll on suspending Rule 19?
On the suspension of Rule 19, Counselor Gomez.
Yes.
Yes. Counselor Whitfield.
Yes.
Yes, Counselor Davila.
Yes.
Yes, Counselor Fenton.
Yeah.
Yes, Counselor Curran.
Yes.
Yes, Counselor Ramos.
Yes.
Yes, Counselor Walsh absent. Counselor Williams.
Yes.
Yes, Counselor Allen recused. Counselor Letterman.
Yes.
Yes, Counselor Edwards. Counselor Edwards. Absent. Counselor Brown.
Yes.
Yes, Counselor Hurst.
Yes, the order is approved. Madam Clerk, can you please call the next item on the agenda?
The next item on the agenda is an order authorizing the transfer of land at Northside Camden Street.
Is there anyone present to speak to this item?
Thank you, Mr. President. Brian Connors from the Economic Development Office. Good evening, councilors. This item is the approval of transferring Northside Hamden Street, a 7,000 square foot lot, to WGBY, who is the abutter, for a sales price of $10,000. WGBY plans to utilize the space for an improved handicap accessible entrance and handicap parking, with a long-term plan of creating a new main entrance on that side of the property. The city put out an RFP in order to gain interest on the property. WGBY was the sole bidder.
He said it was a difficult moment for him.
Thank you. If we could please make sure to mute our phones or devices, councilors, it'd be greatly appreciated. Councilor Gomez.
Thank you, Mr. President. I have no objections. I was invited to be part of the discussion when it came to this RFP process. I was unable to attend. Usually I am there. I think it's going to be a win, and we had to do something there. So WGBY stepped up, and they have plans for it, and I'm very excited for them, and also that we can, move forward. If councilors remember, there was a sort of these type of properties that are on the exterior of East Columbus Ave, that some of the properties are kind of like on the side of some of these buildings in the downtown district that we had to sell a certain property so then they can do like a patio, but it didn't belong to them, but it's attached to their building. This is one of those kind of situations in Ward 1 down in the downtown district, which is right near the roadway, that there's little small parcels that they're not buildable, but essentially, bringing them in and getting their butters to take over those lots and buy them and doing something with them is a big plus. So, Brian and your team, thank you for the work that you have done. But moreover, thank you for WGBY for acquiring that property, and excited on what they're going to do in the future with it.
Thank you, Councilor Gomez. Councilor Ramos.
Mr. President, I'm not sure if this is the correct abbreviation. I know we keep saying WGBY. The agenda says WGBH. I'm not sure if that's correct or not. If we need an amendment for that to make it official, just pointing.
So it is WGBH. They had changed their name. He is correct. I think historically we are so cognizant of the fact that we call it WGBY. The station had a union, and they are WGBH.
Thank you, Councilor Gomez. Thank you, Councilor Ramos. If there are no other questions, Madam Clerk, can we please call the roll on this order?
On approving the order to authorize the transfer of Northside Hamden Street, Counselor Gomez.
Yes.
Yes, Counselor Whitfield.
Yes.
Yes, Counselor Davila.
Yes.
Yes, Counselor Fenton.
Yes.
Yes, Counselor Curran.
Yes.
Yes, Counselor Ramos.
Yes.
Yes, Counselor Walsh absent. Counselor Williams.
Yes.
Yes, Counselor Allen.
Yes.
Yes, Counselor Letterman.
Yes.
Yes, Counselor Edwards. Absent. Counselor Brown.
Yes.
Yes, Counselor Hurst.
Yes. Madam Clerk, will you please call the roll on suspending Rule 19? And Counselor Edwards, if you're having difficulties, since I see you, I would try logging out and logging back on, and I'll readmit you.
Thank you, Counselor. I was actually getting ready to say the same exact thing. On the suspension of Rule 19, Counselor Gomez.
Yes.
Yes, Counselor Whitfield.
Yes.
Yes, Counselor Davila.
Yes.
Yes, Counselor Fenton.
Yes.
Yes, Counselor Curran.
Yes.
Yes, Counselor Ramos.
Yes.
Yes, Counselor Walsh absent. Counselor Williams.
Yes.
Yes, Counselor Allen.
Yes.
Yes, Counselor Letterman.
Yes.
Yes, Counselor Edwards.
Absent.
Absent. Counselor Brown.
Yes.
Yes, Counselor Hurst.
Yes. The order is approved. Madam Clerk, can you please call the next item on the agenda?
The next item on the agenda is an order approving the lease of space at 70 Tapley Street to the Springfield Retirement Board.
Is there anyone present to speak to this item?
Yes, Mr. President, Kathleen Breck, City of Springfield Law Department, 36 Court Street, Springfield, Mass. This is a lease of city office space at Tapley Street, 70 Tapley Street, to the Springfield Retirement Board. We've been leasing this space to the Retirement Board for several years now, and the lease has come up for renewal. And because it's city property being leased to a third party, we need to get the City Council's approval. Pat Sullivan has no issue with the lease continuing. It would be a one-year lease with up to 2 one-year renewals, and the rent stays the same at $22,278.96 per year. And what we did this year, which is a little bit different than past years, is that we added in some of the safety precautions of the COVID-19 orders and guidance, both at the state level and the city level, for as long as that continues, that the Retirement Board has a safety plan and will follow all the orders and guidance related to the pandemic response for as long as that is required.
Thank you. Are there any questions or comments from the council regarding this order? Seeing none, Madam
Mr.
Clerk,
President,
I believe. Oh,
Mr.
Councilor
President, I have one. I
Fenton.
just can't
Yep.
raise my hand. Sorry.
No, I understand.
Thank you. In terms of just making a point on this, I think it's reasonable to continue. I'm glad we've been doing it. But given the status of our pension funding, it does seem, although it's only $20,000+, it does seem a little silly to be taking money from the Retirement Board, putting it into the general fund to let them use space on Tapley Street that they've had for decades. So I would just suggest, CJ, that we find a way to either create a revolving fund for that and to put it into our OPEB trust, or to find another way to direct that money directly to our pension obligations. That's all.
Thank you, Councilor Fenton. City Hall has raised their hand. I don't know if I've seen that. Yes, is that Mr. Burns?
Thank you, Mr. President. The only thing I'd like to add is that there's 3 member units of the retirement system. There's the City of Springfield, the Water and Sewer Commission, and the Springfield Housing Authority. So a percentage of that is then charged back to them as part of the admin costs. So there is very small benefit to the city.
Thank you. Thank you. If there are no further questions, Madam Clerk, I believe this requires a 2/3 roll call vote from the council for passage. Can you please call the roll?
On approving the order for a lease of space to the Springfield Retirement Board, Counselor Gomez.
Yes.
Yes, Counselor Whitfield.
Yes.
Yes, Counselor Davila.
Yes.
Yes, Counselor Fenton.
Yes.
Yes, Counselor Curran.
Yes.
Yes, Counselor Ramos.
Yes.
Yes, Counselor Walsh absent. Counselor Williams.
Yes.
Yes. Counselor Allen.
Yes.
Yes, Counselor Letterman.
Yes.
Yes, Counselor Edwards.
Yes.
Yes, Counselor Brown.
Yes.
Yes, Counselor Hurst.
Yes, Madam Clerk, can you please call the roll on suspending Rule 19?
On
Take this order up in one vote.
On suspending Rule 19, Counselor Gomez.
Yes.
Yes, Counselor Whitfield.
Yes.
Yes, Counselor Davila.
Yes.
Yes, Counselor Fenton.
Yes.
Yes, Counselor Curran.
Yes.
Yes, Counselor Ramos.
Yes.
Yes, Counselor Walsh absent. Counselor Williams.
Yes.
Yes, Counselor Allen.
Yes.
Yes, Counselor Letterman.
Yes.
Yes, Counselor Edwards.
Yes.
Yes, Counselor Brown.
Yes.
Yes, Counselor Hurst.
Yes, the order is approved. Madam Clerk, will you please call the next item on the agenda?
The next item on the agenda is an amendment to the ordinance chapter 178, limitations on fireworks or pyrotechnics.
Is there anyone present to speak to this item?
Yes, Mr. President.
Councilor Davila.
I apologize, I couldn't raise my hand appropriately. But Mr. President, this ordinance amendment, it's one that legislation that I'm putting forward, and I thanks Councilman Fenton, Letterman, Gomez, and yourself, Council President Hurst, for co-sponsoring this ordinance amendment. Just a way of background on the history of this. As we all know, we have, for the last month and a half, we have been plagued by constant fireworks issues. And it's really ruining our quality of life. There has been some serious safety issues. Here in my own district of Forest Park, we have one house fire and one porch fire. And also to highlight the significance and the danger that this poses, in the city of Worcester, there was 11 people displaced by house fire related to fireworks. So I got lots of complaints that we all have and regarding the fireworks. And so I started looking at the city ordinances, and they're pretty much silent on the issue. The current ordinance on fireworks is only more like administrative purposes. And so I wanted to add in both enforceability and penalties for it. There has been some issues and concern with that has been aired out about some of the language. And let me just be clear and say, Mr. President, that as we all know, we are not creating criminal law. This is something that the state does. So what is new on this ordinance is the creation of a $300 fine to be issued by the fire department. It was also suggested to me by Commissioner Galvey that we should add the Springfield Police Department as an entity to enforce this fine as well. So that's what's really new. And then we're also making references to the already state law of Massachusetts General Law, Chapter 27253, which calls state law, which calls for the specific penalties, which include fines and up to complaint and arrest. But that will be something that's already state law and something that will be completely at the discretion of the fire department. I have asked Councilor Moore to be present to give more of detailed legal explanation of this ordinance. And would you like me to read the ordinance, Mr. President? Is that usually as proposed, or everybody should have a copy at this point? So,
Yeah, no, I think everybody has a copy. If you want to defer to Attorney Moore, if he has anything to add, then he certainly can feel free to do so at this time.
I defer to Attorney Moore.
Counselor, I don't have anything to add. I think you spoke very eloquently. It's a very short amendment, and I'm here to answer any legal questions, but I think it probably speaks more to policy than anything else. But I'm certainly here to answer any legal questions somebody might have.
Thank you. Are there any questions or comments from the council regarding this ordinance? Councilor Gomez.
Yes, Attorney Moore, we understand that this was kind of, this amendment is just kind of like a framework of what's already part of Massachusetts general law, yes?
I think in one sense, it makes a reference to existing law. That would be, I guess, the reference to disturbing the peace. In another sense, it creates an additional new kind of local fine for not obtaining a permit from the local fire department that does not exist at state law. It's supposed to work in coordination with the state law.
Is so is the $300 fine the most that an offender could be assessed or fined, I guess is that the terminology.
Yeah, that's accurate. That's exactly right, Counselor. Under state law, there's a civil disposition penalties are capped at $300. Sometimes the state legislature will write in a specific fee that will be far above and beyond that, but that's not something that we have authority to do on our own without making a request to Boston.
All right. And then just, thank you, Attorney Moore. I am in support of this ordinance. In my district, just this past weekend or beginning of the weekend, we had an instance of somebody letting off a firework, it flying inside of a residence, and it burned and it injured a person. Just not even a few streets down from where I live. Last night, I received an alarm, a substantial amount of phone calls, particularly around 9 p.m. And they did not stop. They used every single possible way of contacting me. Let it be via Facebook calling me, inside of the email when I woke up this morning, my text, my phone. I know that there has been rhetoric from across the aisle, essentially to attach more a severe punishment, which essentially, obviously, I know that that's just talking out of frustration and understanding that, one thing we have to understand in the statistics, that last year when I attended, this last week when I attended my C3 meeting here in the North End, what inevitably was reported was this time last year alone, there was 32 or 30 some odd calls that were made. And basically up to right now, I don't know, but Thursday last week, it was up to 1,800. This is not something that is just specific to Springfield. I've read a lot of information, different reports from all over the Bay State, that a lot of cities are seeing an extreme amounts of calls for when it comes to fireworks. One issue that I have is essentially that that the shot spotter picks up a lot of these different booms. We do have a shot spotter system in the city of Springfield. And one thing that has transpired in the city of Springfield over the last few weeks is we've experienced a lot of gun violence. So in respect to the fact that, we are spending police resources on getting to where there might be a crime, essentially, what basically is happening is that they're responding to shot spotter calls that are fireworks. And we know that we have these kind of issues around the July 4th, but they've been happening since after Memorial Day, and they're consistent. And once this was released via media, I know I did a lot of crowd control. One of the biggest issues that came before me once they read this in its entirety is how it expressed a little bit of people not understanding that it's not necessarily us that's creating a criminal complaint. Evidently, it's up to the police department if they were going to enforce this law by MGL, right? The Massachusetts General Law, that without this ordinance, Mr. Moore, the police, if they wanted to, they can arrest somebody, yes or no?
Counsel, you're exactly right. We're not creating anything new. This is a law that's on the books. And in fact, it's worth noting, I believe a disturbance of the peace under the Mass General Law statute is not an arrestable offense on the first occasion. I think it's actually a fine. And then after that, you're subject to arrest. So you're exactly right, Counselor. We're not creating any criminal penalties or whatsoever.
All right.
Thank you.
So just for the dispel, because I'm going to try to propose something. I apologize, Mr. President.
No.
Just because we want to let the public know and our constituency, and also, working collaboratively with the mayor, that, we're being serious. We are being serious that fireworks is a danger. We have seen it time and time again, and we've seen reports 2 house fires in Springfield alone. Councilor Davila has stated that there was 11 people that were displaced in Worcester. We know of different occasions where people have burned themselves and lost their hands. NFL football player lost half of his hand that used to play for the Giants. But then now, what the biggest thing during this temperature right now of what's going on in our nation, the problem that I have is not necessarily having to state, because it's already a law, is in that last sentence in F, where it says the police department shall verify the complaint and may thereupon arrest and or make application to an appropriate court for issuance of a criminal complaint for violation of the MGL, you see the number, which sets forth the penalties for disturbing the peace. Some folks were confused or contacted me believing that we were trying to create an arrestable offense when the arrestable offense already existed when it comes to those steps. And I think that's a conversation we can have before we take our next steps. But I think in that instance, we need to educate a little bit more. And I know that this is fast happening. And by the time we get the second and third step, probably July 4th is going to be over. But something to really put in place that really talks to the fact that we mean business. We want folks to understand that please be very careful and not let off these fireworks all night. And I just wanted to also lastly said I want to amend where it says enforcing personnel, and instead of the fire department there, enter the police department, because those are the first responders. I think it will take a lot longer for sometimes our fire department to respond. Our C3 units are in the neighborhoods and sometimes have those relationships with the individuals that can point out who are the culprits and who know exactly who's violating the ordinance at hand or the law when it comes to fireworks. So I motion to add police department under enforcing personnel. And then the rest of the document, I think we can talk about that if in committee or rather down the line when it comes to the criminal complaint part.
Thank you, Councilor Gomez. So there's a motion on the floor made by Councilor Gomez to add the police department as an enforcement authority on this ordinance. Is there a second to that motion?
Second.
That motion is seconded by Councilor Davila. Is there any discussion on that motion?
Motion, Mr. Chairman.
Yes, Councilor Letterman.
Thank you, Mr. I had my hand up on the amendment as well, but motion, I just want to see if relative to Councilor Gomez's amendment, would the fire department also remain in the event that we did want to deploy the fire department? Could we have essentially both be allowed to issue it? Not at the same time, obviously, in one instance, but I wonder if down the line we may be able to have a conversation with the department, because I actually think the fire department responding in many cases could be a very good thing. I think it allows the fire department to get out in the community. I think it allows them to do some education in the neighborhoods. And I think that could be a very positive thing if they are able to do so. So I would like to see them be able to be the responders when they can be. And so if Attorney Moore and Councilor Gomez, if Attorney Moore agrees it's proper and Councilor Gomez wouldn't mind a friendly amendment, I would just want to be able to see them both stay on the ordinance in the event that it's possible.
So, Councilor Gomez, was yours in addition to the fire department, or
it was in addition to the fire department? I know that there's a big conversation on, trying to create more awareness of different entities instead of police being able to respond to certain situations in our communities that could be, if there was, and I know this is why we have to, bring in the fire department on seeing if, when they do report, if they're going to report with a big fire engine or a specific team or a person that's going to go out and investigate some of this stuff, and who's going to do the investigating. So I know there's a lot of questions that particular to this ordinance that, we can bridge out and make it work. because obviously we do want, and we do hear the community when they say they want us to, have a little bit less police involvement in certain calls. But, respectfully, whatever and how it can be rolled out. But just for the sake of the ordinance now, I just wanted to add as one of the other enforcing personnel could be the police department, but it doesn't stop the fire department being the ones that actually do the initiating. And if it gets kind of out of hand, that's why when the police would be there to make sure that all lawful orders were made, in my particular opinion.
So there's a motion made by Councilor Gomez to add the police department as an enforcement authority, seconded by Councilor Davila. Is there any discussion on that motion before we take a vote? I know there are a number of hands up in the queue. If they are not related to this motion, I see Councilor Fenton, your hand is up, Councilor Ramos, and Councilor Letterman. Are there any of those hands that are related to this motion? If they are, then you can speak now. If they are not, then we will move to a vote on amending the ordinance pertaining to this motion. And Attorney Davis, can you please call the roll?
So President, my hand was up relative to the ordinance in general, but I do have something on the motion. I wonder if there's a way that we can make the fire department the primary responder on these calls, and then make the police department the secondary responder. I mean, is that something? Because from what I understand from this discussion back and forth, it seems like the preference would be the fire department responds.
So I will defer to Councilor Gomez, who made the motion.
I believe that we need to add the police department under there as the enforcing personnel, and then we take another amendment on the role that they will take. I think under that part where it says the enforcement personnel, it just adds them as least as an enforcement entity. Then after, the role that SPD will take is on us, which we can discuss and we can roll out it, defining it very articulately. Because in some instances, when the fire department does respond or cannot respond, and SPD is around the corner, it's like saying SPD sitting in the car, sees the fireworks a street ahead, and says, "Oh no, we can't respond to that." It kind of ties our hands a little. And I'm just speaking on an enforcement perspective, but I am in agreement with what he is stating. But I think we just need to do that first and then move on.
Thank you, Councilor Gomez. This is indeed first step. And so if we vote on first step, this will go to the Public Safety Committee. So just so councilors are mindful of that, we might not get a finite document today, but if it is approved, it will go to committee. So on that motion that Councilor Gomez made, which was seconded by Councilor Davila, is there anyone else wishing to speak to that motion specifically? Seeing none, Madam Clerk, will you please call the roll on that motion to add the fire department?
I just want to make sure I'm clear on the motion. So there are two parts to the amendment. There's section 13 under chapter 178, and then there's chapter 1, which lists the fines. So I'm clear that under chapter 1, we'd be amending enforcing personnel to include the Springfield Police Department. But under section 13, are you also adding it to that one too, to be enforced by the Springfield Fire Department and Springfield Police Department?
So to be honest, the only part that I was referring to was just chapter 2. And I wasn't at chapter 13 at the moment, ma'am.
Okay. Okay.
I was just referring to just underlining, creating, enforcing personnel, Springfield Police Department, and that was it. Nothing
thank you,
more.
Counselor. Thank you.
So there is a motion on the floor to amend. I believe it is chapter 2. Is that correct, Attorney Davis?
Chapter 1.
Chapter 1. And it's been seconded by Councilor Davila. Is there any discussion on that motion? Seeing none, I know there's some other folks who have their hands raised in the queue, who I believe it's on the actual issue itself. Councilor Davila, was that on the motion? You have to unmute yourself, Councilor Davila.
There you go. Got it. Okay, sorry. Just a quick question. So just that I'm clear, Councilor Gomez is amending so that I'm clear. I thought he was talking about section 1, but he's actually talking about section 2.
I think it is section 1, Attorney Davis. Is that accurate?
So what I'm reading right now, there's 2 parts. There's chapter 178, section 13, and then there's chapter 1, section 1-25. Councilor Gomez would like to amend chapter 1, section 1-25. It's a chart to include under enforcing personnel, fire department, and Springfield Police Department. That's the only thing he wanted to amend.
Wait, I just have, if I may, Mr. President, just Attorney Moore, to Mr. Attorney Moore, should we also include that SPD in section 2 as the enforcing personnel?
Attorney Moore? I do think it's Councilor Gomez's motion. And so Councilor Gomez can choose to...
Respectfully, the only reason why I think that is just a little redundant is that if you look in F, it does already say Springfield Police Department on F. So essentially, the only place where it's not red is just an enforcement personnel right under. So we don't need to add or subtract. If anything, what we need to do in F moving on is add Springfield Fire Department in F. Which it is there. My bad. I'll take that back. So the only thing where we have to add it, because Springfield Police Department enforcement's all over this document, is only in that part where it stipulates in bold, enforcing personnel, fire department, and Springfield Police Department. I think that that settles the document when it comes to SPD. What the role is something different that I know that we can handle in committee, and also with what I stipulated about the criminal piece of it.
Right.
So there's a motion made by Councilor Gomez. Councilor Davila, do you want to, do you not want to second that motion, or are you seconding that motion?
I think I'm fairly clear. I just want to really make sure if we Attorney Moore, that doesn't change the spirit of the ordinance.
Attorney Moore.
Yeah, as far as I can tell, the amendment is just adding another enforcing agency. I think I don't want to get into the weeds in this because we've taken a while on this particular issue, but the police department generally has authority to enforce all the ordinances. I don't know that they even need to be within that fee table. But that being said, I don't think that this changes anything within the ordinance. It just adds another agency that could write the
That's
citation.
good enough for me. All right, thank you. Yes, of course I remain second the motion.
Okay, so there's a motion made by Councilor Gomez, seconded by Councilor Davila. Madam Clerk, can you please call the roll on the motion at this time?
On the motion to amend chapter 1, article 5, Councilor Gomez.
Yes.
Yes, Councilor Whitfield.
Yes.
Yes, Councilor Davila.
Yes.
Yes, Councilor Fenton.
Yes.
Yes, Councilor Karen.
Yes.
Yes, Councilor Ramos. Councilor Ramos. Absent Councilor Walsh. Absent Councilor Williams.
Yes.
Yes, Councilor Allen.
Yes.
Yes, Councilor Letterman.
Yes.
Yes, Councilor Edwards.
Yes.
Yes, Councilor Brown.
Yes.
Yes, Councilor Hurst.
Yes. The amendment passes. Councilor Fenton, followed by Councilor Ramos, followed by Councilor Letterman.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'm happy to co-sponsor this tonight. I want to thank Councilor Davila for his leadership on this issue and working directly with Attorney Moore to put it together. Like Councilor Gomez, I got some feedback regarding sensitivity to creating, or a perspective that we were creating a new crime. And at this time in our country, there is a heightened sensitivity to over-policing. And so I want to make sure that we make clear the point that Councilor Gomez made earlier, which is that we're not creating a new crime here. It is illegal in the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. Currently, it's a $100 fine for usage, and a $1,000 fine for selling fireworks or pyrotechnics of this type. And so what we're doing is we're saying that the $100 fine isn't working, and we're proposing to bring it up to $300. It's a problem that's happening in every neighborhood across the city, and in every community in Western Massachusetts, we're seeing this problem. So we want to be serious about it. The maximum penalty that the city council can put for this type of an offense is $300. So we are going to the maximum fine per incident. And I just want to highlight that since introducing this ordinance publicly, the mayor has come out and said that he intends to file with the city council and then I suspect with the Massachusetts General Court, home rule legislation that would allow the city to increase the fines even above the $300 limit and to allow for those fines to be attached to various municipal fee structures like your property tax bill or what have you. And we don't have that current flexibility the way the ordinance is written or under existing state law. So I'm very happy to support this at the $300 amount. And if and when the mayor comes with additional recommendations, I will support those. This is a problem that's affecting everybody. It's not just the 4th of July and a few days before and after. I heard fireworks going off today at about 5:15 in broad daylight. And so it is a public health hazard. And I'm glad that myself and my colleagues are taking this issue so seriously. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Fenton. Councilor Ramos, followed by Councilor Letterman.
President, thank you. First of all, I just want to commend my colleague, Councilor Davila, for putting in the work on this ordinance. This is an issue, as Councilor Fenton described, has affected every neighborhood in the city of Springfield. I've received many complaints, as have all of us. And so I'm glad that we're taking steps to address this issue. I have one concern regarding the criminalization. We've talked about this a little bit, and I believe that we have a solution for, or there may be a proposed amendment that would take care of some of the concerns that we had. When we talk about criminalizing or making it an arrestable offense, considering all of the work that we have done, a lot of us have done for criminal justice reform, it would be a step backwards, right, for us to create anything like this to be an arrestable offense. So just the mere mention of that in the ordinance is concerning. So I'm hopeful and will support an amendment to that language because we want to make sure that we are being serious about this issue, but also that we're not criminalizing and unnecessarily creating another opportunity for people to have interaction with the police, considering what's happening at the national level and considering everything, all of the work that has been done with criminal justice reform.
Thank you, Councilor Ramos. Councilor Letterman, followed by Councilor Allen.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Just for some clarification, you may be seeing me appear twice here on the Zoom, and it's because I logged on my phone as my computer was lagging somewhat. So if anybody is confused, that is the reason why. I want to start by thanking our lead sponsor, Councilor Davila, and I'm glad to join him and the other co-sponsors in this amendment to the ordinance to try to send a very clear message for folks who are really doing what has begun to amount to harassment of the neighborhoods across the city of Springfield. As Councilor Fenton said, this has started much earlier than it has in past years. It has been much more sustained, and the level of fireworks that we're seeing are larger, louder, and more dangerous. Councilor Gomez mentioned an instance that I was going to mention in the North End where somebody was setting off fireworks and it shot into the home of an individual who was not involved in the fireworks at all, and it actually set their child's bed on fire. Luckily, they were able to put that out. The fire department was able to respond, but I think folks need to recognize the seriousness in that regard that does exist. Furthermore, earlier today, our office received communication from a combat veteran who shared that they have not been able to sleep for 2 or 3 nights in the McKnight neighborhood because of the explosions. They are feeling unsafe. They are feeling unsure. And the way it was described by our staff member that took the call was that the person was truly on the verge of tears because of the harassment they're facing in their home. Furthermore, we're being contacted by residents whose children cannot sleep, whose pets are going crazy, and who have legitimate fears that their homes are going to be set on fire because of the dry spell that we're facing and the fact that explosions are being set off over their homes. And so right now, the fine is $100 for possession. It doesn't speak to what happens if you actually set them off. And to be quite honest with you, if you've gone up to New Hampshire and you've purchased several $100s worth of fireworks, I think $100 fine is not particularly concerning to individuals that have done that. And so I think it's very important that we do ensure that the civil fine matches as much as possible the level of impact on the community around folks. And I just want to address one other thing, because a lot of folks have reached out to me and said, well, Massachusetts is the only place where fireworks are illegal. Every other state allows them. And it is true that Massachusetts has the strictest firework laws. But if you look at the states, especially around us, but across the country that do allow fireworks, very few, if any, allow aerial fireworks, the type of which we are seeing. And those that do require permits for them. They require them to be done at certain times of the night. And so right now, what we're seeing is people who are going so far as to drive around the city and set off fireworks from their vehicles. So I just wanted to share some of those experiences that constituents are sharing with us so that folks understand where we're coming from with the introduction of this ordinance. And with that said, we have certainly heard the concerns that some have brought forward about an inadvertent over-criminalization. And I would echo what Councilor Fenton said relative to the fact that we are simply imposing a civil fine, increasing the civil fine. And I think that what Councilor Ramos said stems from some language in the ordinance. So we want to be very clear that we are not at this time creating a new crime, nor are we saying that possession of fireworks or even necessarily setting off fireworks is an arrestable offense. We don't have the power to do that. And so I would propose an amendment to clarify that within subsection F to remove the mention of issuing an arrest and criminal complaint, and instead insert language that reads, any person aggrieved by the unlawful use of fireworks or pyrotechnics resulting in unreasonable or excessive noise, as those terms are defined in the City Ordinance Chapter 259, Section 1, may complain to the Springfield Police Department about such unreasonable or excessive noise constituting a disturbance of the peace under Mass General Law, Section 272, subsection 53. And I think that makes clear that we are citing the general law. We are not saying that it becomes arrestable. As Attorney Moore has mentioned, a first offense of that is a $150 fine. So I think it makes clear that we are making people aware that they could be subject to that state law, and individuals should know that. Even if it's not included in the city ordinances, they can be subject to that. So people should be aware of what types of laws are on the books.
Second.
There's a motion on the floor made by Councilor Letterman, seconded by Councilor Gomez. Councilor Allen, I know you had your hand raised before. Is there any discussion on the motion? If your discussion is not related to the motion, we can take a vote on the motion and circle back around to you, Councilor Allen.
That's fine.
Okay, if there's no discussion on the motion, Madam Clerk, are you clear on the motion?
I believe so. So, Councilor Letterman, is it to add after unreasonable or excessive noise constituting a disturbance of the peace pursuant to Mass General Laws, Chapter 272, Section 53? Was that it?
Let me just take a quick look, Attorney Davis. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Okay, just one moment here. Yes, that would be it. So we would be removing the language around issuing arrest or criminal complaint, and we would simply be saying that you can reach out under the disturbing the peace ordinance, and that the law will be enforced under the state general law.
Okay.
So on the motion. If there are no questions or comments, Madam Clerk, can you please call the roll whenever you're ready on the amendment?
On amending the ordinance. Councilor Gomez?
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Whitfield?
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Davila?
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Fenton?
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Curran?
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Ramos?
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Walsh absent. Councilor Williams?
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Allen?
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Letterman?
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Edwards?
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Brown? Absent. Councilor Hurst?
Yes. The amendment passes. Councilor Allen, on the ordinance.
Oh, thanks, Mr. President. Yeah, I just wanted to make a quick comment that to thank Councilor Davila for taking the lead on this. Also to say that it is incredibly disruptive and dangerous. I've been getting calls as well. And I'd like to be included as a co-sponsor, please, on it to Sheena. Thank you.
Madam Clerk, can you please include Councilor Allen as a co-sponsor? If there is no further discussion on this ordinance, Councilor Ramos, followed by Councilor Brown.
Mr. President, now that the ordinance has been amended, I support it 100%, and I would like to be added as a co-sponsor.
Thank you.
Councilor Hurst?
Yep. I'm sorry.
I would also like to be added as a co-sponsor to this. I've also, of course, been getting calls, and there's a few issues that, you know, pop up over time that kind of take precedence, it seems, over most, just based on the influx of calls that we receive. And this is certainly one of them. I hear them every night consistently, and we all know it's been a headache thus far. So I just want to commend also Councilor Davila for putting this in motion. It was much needed. And with that being said, I also am cognizant of the fact that, you know, this is an interesting time where people are staying home, and they've been home for months, you know. So I think this is unique to those times. And that's why, you know, I think it's fair to, of course, increase the penalty, but not to associate any criminal offenses with this, I think would be inappropriate. So again, I just want to thank everyone for reinforcing that, and please add me as a co-sponsor.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Can you please add Councilor Williams as a co-sponsor, Councilor Brown, sorry about that, followed by Councilor Whitfield.
Thank you, Mr. President. I also want to commend my colleague for his effort. This has been a serious issue in my district. It's gonna take a collaborated effort from everyone. It seems, you know, with the response from the police, fire department, neighbors, it's gonna take a lot. I want to commend my colleague, and I also want to be added as a co-sponsor, please.
Thank you, Councilor Brown. Madam Clerk, can you please add Councilor Brown as a co-sponsor? Councilor Whitfield.
Thank you, Mr. President. I just wanted to also thank Councilor Davila for putting this in motion. And I think this is an issue throughout the city of Springfield, not one particular area, but all areas. And I'd like to be added as a co-sponsor.
Thank you, Councilor Whitfield. Prior to us voting, Councilor Davila, the floor is yours if you want to close us out.
Yes, thank you, Mr. President. I just want to thank all the colleagues for a unanimous support onto this ordinance. We are clearly today, the City Council is sending a message today that we take quality of life serious, that we do take safety serious. So thanks to all my colleagues for co-sponsoring this ordinance, and that's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, can you please call the roll on this? On taking first step.
On taking first step to amending chapter 178, Councilor Gomez?
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Whitfield?
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Davila?
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Fenton?
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Curran?
Yes.
Yes. Counselor Ramos?
Yes.
Yes. Counselor Walsh, absent. Counselor Williams?
Yes.
Yes. Counselor Allen?
Yes.
Yes. Counselor Letterman?
Yes.
Yes. Counselor Edwards?
Yes.
Yes. Counselor Brown?
Yes.
Yes. Counselor Hurst?
Yes, first step on this ordinance has been approved. Madam Clerk, will you please call the next item on the agenda?
The next item on the agenda is an ordinance for Police Commissioner and Community Police Hearing Board.
Is there anyone present to speak to? Is there anyone present to speak to this issue?
Attorney Alicia Days is present.
Attorney Ed Pakula.
Can you please state your name and address for the record? Attorney Pakula, you look like me the other meeting when I was out on my porch as my motion light constantly goes on and off the later we get. So go for it. Whichever one of you would like to speak to this ordinance.
I'd like to start, and if Attorney Days wants to add something, that'd be great.
Sure.
This ordinance looks familiar. It had been submitted in the past. I think it's particularly timely now that the mayor is resubmitting it again. I went through it, noticed a couple of typos. As I've had some time tonight, I've noticed a few more typos, but essentially, there's another important factor here, and that is and that's the oversight of law enforcement. President Brian Ford.
Thank you so much.
Mr. President, sorry, point of order.
Can we please mute our mics?
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, I was going to say, I can't hear anything. I can barely hear the solicitor.
Solicitor, can you please speak into your mic?
I'll get a little closer to the.
Perfect. That sounds good.
Better?
There you go. Much better. Thank you.
So I sent to you today some documents I received from NACOL, National Association of Civilian Oversight of Law Enforcement. It's past President Brian Corr, which I think is very supportive of this type of ordinance. As you know, the main thing we're doing here is to get subpoena power for this board. But this is a lot more, this ordinance has a lot more teeth than most types of civilian oversight systems that you see across the country. And towards that end, while the city has provided a study going back to 2007, Brian Corr had provided you the latest information, which NACOL did, that has some very detailed studies in it from around the country. It also has some efforts to try to show that they're trying to create some best practices, and there's 13 points for these types of boards that NACOL is recommending. And so I would urge all of you to improve that new information from NACOL, and that we work as hard as possible to a system that is in compliance with those principles, and that we use those models to make any amendments that you may make to this draft. But I think there is no question that all of us want to see the best police department we can have. And that requires civilian oversight. And we've seen here a history where we've moved forward with civilian oversight in steps that have evolved. And I think we should take the next step, and that is providing this subpoena power and adopting some of those suggestions from NACOL in the 13 points.
Thank you, Solicitor. Attorney Days, did you want to speak to this also?
Yes, just briefly. So, this is near and dear to my heart. I think that all that has been going on in the country, in the world, and right at home. And I can even speak to the confines of Long Meadow, the confines of Springfield. And I am very, very personally engaged in especially excessive force. I think that Springfield Police Department is not immune from it. I've seen it happening. Some of the challenges that I've faced in prosecuting police officers for excessive force has been the lack of subpoena power, right? That we have people come in, and I know they are reluctant. I know that they are sometimes influenced not to appear, but the subpoena power would add another layer to the CPHB. And I will tell you also, and I don't think Attorney Poulos shared this with you, but I am now charged with the responsibility of my own accord, as well as Attorney Davis and Attorney Talia G, to provide rules and regulations for CPHB. I think as much as we can beef that up, and also in terms of our citizens, the citizens of Springfield, to know that then when they come in, this is not just rudimentary. We're not just doing this and there's no results as a result of them coming in. And I think, candidly, that has kind of been the history of CPHB. It's, okay, it might be a slap on the wrist. It might be something that doesn't affect officers long term. But candidly, it's my goal, and I will share with you personally, as a mother of an African-American son, I'm especially concerned about excessive force and things that have happened to various citizens of the city of Springfield. And it's difficult to fight without the subpoena power to bring those reluctant witnesses in to have them appear. And candidly, another thing I will communicate to you is that I think that by having a safe place, and we've also talked about moving the whole CPHB process out of the police department and into our new conference room that's in Springfield, that is at City Hall, that will also further the lack of reluctance, that they can come in and be in a safe place where they can communicate and be a witness and not have the additional intimidation of being in a police department. So I strongly urge all counselors to support the subpoena. I know there's other things that are going on, but in the interim, while we're here, to just encourage you to approve the additional, I would say, the strength of having subpoena power for those who are charged with coming before the board. Thank you, Councilor.
Thank you, Attorney Days. I know before I get to you, Orlando, did you have something else that you wanted to say, Solicitor? Or maybe I just didn't lower your hand in the queue.
No, if you may. Attorney Days makes a lot of good points. He has been involved and this is of more recent vintage, but she has been handling and is assigned and was assigned by the mayor, not by me or anyone else, to handle the excessive force cases. And in addition, Attorney G is taking a more aggressive role in the board. She to basically take Sheena's former not position as an attorney, but to attend the meetings of the board to make sure that they're following everything they should be. As Attorney Days likes to say, the justice is in the process.
That's right.
We want to see that. I want to just lastly point out that Attorney Lisa D'Souza is also here with us tonight. She has also been working with the other three ladies, put together and make sure the policies are and rules and regulations specific to this board provide that greater uniformity. But the specific points that Attorney Days made, the IIU is being out of the Maple Street to a more friendly confine where there is a better parking. The CHB has been meeting online. We actually have meetings here in this conference room for some reviews. We haven't had any hearings lately, but the reviews of complaints continue.
Thank you, Solicitor. Councilor Ramos.
Mr. President, thank you. So, just a few days ago, we took a vote to hire, to retain outside counsel on the issue of police commission and police oversight. And until that issue is resolved, Mr. President, I don't believe that we can take any action on the ordinance that is before us tonight. So I make a motion that we send this matter to committee.
And if I can be heard briefly,
Councilor Attorney Days, unless Councilor Allen or Councilor Ramos or another councilor would like to hear any additional comments.
I would not object to Attorney Days, Mr. President.
Thank you, sir. Councilor or Attorney Days, sorry.
Thank you, Councilor Ramos. So the only additional input I would have is I know there are other things brewing and happening, but in the interim, we're still having cases, right? So to table this doesn't add the additional subpoena power that I think that we need in the interim. I mean, another thing, as I communicated to you, we're going to work on the rules and regulations. And if that changes midstream, I'm in favor of that with the expectation that if something else changes, as the law changes all the time and the ordinance changes all the time, then we adapt to that. But in the interim, while everything is still coming together and still brewing, I think that to have the subpoena power is important because the cases don't stop, quite candidly. I mean, have they been reduced for whatever reason? And I don't know if that's what's going on in the world or whatever, but police officers still need to be held accountable if that is the just result, right? And as Attorney Pakula points out, I'm a big fan of, I believe that justice is in the process. And I think part of the process, because people can deal with the result. If the process is, transparent and it's something that you've got competent lawyers on, then even if people don't agree with the result, they can trust the process. So if in fact we table this, and again, Councilor Ramos, I respect the view, it doesn't speak to the cases that are forthcoming until a lawyer is hired. If the city council decides to sue the city or whatever comes down the pipeline. But in the interim, it seems apparent that we need to have subpoena power to make CPHB a more formidable entity. And we don't have that now. So that, that really is kind of my opinion with respect to waiting and tabling this till later, because cases are still coming in. And I think that, one of the challenges I have faced is really with subpoena. I mean, and again, I think that if the system is transparent and we're moving forward with what we can at this time, if it changes midstream, I'm not adverse to that. I mean, then we stop and we regroup and we do something different. But in the interim, subpoena power is very important. It's very important for CPHB. It's very important while we redo these rules, well, not redo, because there are technically really no rules and regulations for CPHB, but that Attorney Davis, Attorney G, Attorney D'Souza, and I work on the regulations in conjunction with having subpoena power. And that's all I have to say. Thank you, President Hurst.
Thank you, Attorney. Counselor Ramos, you have made a motion to send this to committee. Does that still remain, sir?
It does, Mr. President. I really appreciate Attorney Days' perspective, and I appreciate all of her hard work on police oversight. It's unfortunate that we have some very good people working on this issue that are sort of in the middle between this disagreement, right, between the executive branch and the legislative branch. However, I stick to my motion, Mr. President. I think that taking any action on this ordinance would essentially make our police commission ordinance mute. And so I think it's important that we consider that and send this matter to committee.
Thank you, Counselor Ramos. There's a motion on the floor. Is there a second to that motion? That motion is seconded by Counselor Davila. Is there any discussion on the motion? I see Counselor Allen's hand raised. Was that on the motion, Counselor Allen? As I know you had it raised before the motion.
It wasn't on the motion because it was up before that, but I would like to speak on the motion.
Counselor Hurst?
Yes, I got, you are looking to speak as well, Counselor Williams. Is that accurate? I know you're on your phone.
Please.
Okay, I got you. I got you in the queue. So we'll go Counselor Allen, Counselor Fenton, Counselor Williams.
So Attorney Days, thanks for your comments, and thanks for letting us know that there's 4 of you working on this. If this were to pass, forgetting the whole issue of the potential legal action, if this were to pass, in a short period of time or whatever, how soon would the subpoena powers be available? Right upon passage, or we could give those powers to the CPHB right away?
10 days.
10 days after passage. And how many cases would you say in the CPHB would subpoena power be helpful, percentage-wise?
I'd say most of them, because it's kind of like when you have a jury. A lot of people complain they go to court and they be a juror and they never get into court. And I always tell them that it's because they're willing to come down and be in court. The cases move, just knowing that there's the jury that could. The threat of that happening is what helps move cases. So if we have that power, it can affect all of our cases, and I think it would have an immediate impact.
And I would concur with that. I would concur with that. I mean, again, I only handle the cases that involve excessive force. But what I can tell you, part of the challenge or the obstacle is people are reluctant to come in, candidly, because they don't believe in the transparency of it. Now, if you couple that with subpoena power and my ability to speak to them prior to them walking into the police station, right, which we're trying to also work out or change, then there is trust that is built. But if we never get them in the room, some of these cases, candidly, where I think could be sustained are not sustained because we don't have the people there and we don't have subpoena power to have them come into the room. So that's the challenge, Counselor Allen.
So does that mean that there are cases that end up not getting completed? Well, I won't say not get completed, but for which there's evidence that might be available that we don't have, and therefore the wrong outcome might come about?
That's correct.
Thank you.
Thank you, Counselor Allen. Counselor Fenton, I see your hand raised in the queue.
Thank you, Mr. President. I just want to thank attorneys Pakula and Days for that presentation. We've got some interesting decisions in front of us, but I have long felt that while the CPHB is in operation, it should have the power to do its job. And notwithstanding all the other issues that are going on in the background regarding the police commission, which I carried the flag for a very long period of time. And so the issue is we've got Attorney Days and these volunteers on the CPHB who are charged with providing civilian oversight in the police department, and we don't give them the authority to do what they need to do. We've seen the ramifications of that. Not too long ago, in the infamous Nathan Bills case, there were text messages that were received by the city law department pursuant to a subpoena that had to be destroyed and couldn't be considered by the CPHB because of the fact that the city council has not granted authority to the CPHB to issue said subpoenas. And so, to me, it's pretty clear that the CPHB should have the power to conduct the business that they're asked to conduct. Now, whether or not the CPHB is the best system, we've got other decisions in the future to litigate, no pun intended, that subject. And, but that doesn't change the fact that the CPHB is still there doing their job as best they can without the power that the council needs to give them in order for them to do their job properly. This is the same argument that myself and Councilor Allen and Councilor Ryan and others made last year. And it was sent to committee back then. And, you know, with all due respect to everybody involved, we never got a fair hearing on that, okay? And if we're being honest with ourselves, everybody knows that deep down. We never got a fair hearing on that. And ultimately, I had to withdraw it. So that's the way I view it. You know, I understand that there's room for disagreement on that subject. Some people, you know, you don't have to agree with the policy outcome, but I really would like to see us act on this and take it seriously, because it is a very serious issue, and it is a serious issue for the implications that it means to the CPHB and the police department every day. So I want to support it. I'm not going to support a motion to committee because a motion to committee is basically, you know, it's a pseudo no vote. Are we ever going to get a meeting? Is there ever going to be a serious discussion of this issue and the ramifications that are going on, like Attorney Days just highlighted? And I don't have any faith that that's what's going to happen. So for that reason, I'm a no vote on the vote to committee. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Fenton. And it certainly won't happen until July 1st. I can assure you of that, Councilor Fenton. But as of July 1st, subcommittees will be open to me. Councilor Letterman, followed by Councilor Dodd.
Councilor Hurst.
Oh, I'm sorry. I missed you. Sorry about that. Councilor Williams, Councilor Letterman, Councilor Davila. Sorry, Councilor Williams.
No worries, Councilor. I appreciate that, Mr. President. I'm going to say, you know, I certainly appreciate and respect the perspective shared by Attorney Days, as well as Attorney Pakula. But I will say this. I am going to side with Councilor Ramos on this and try to table this to have it discussed further in subcommittee. And these are my reasons why. I recently had a meeting with the mayor, and having a meeting with the mayor, as I have shared with some of you, I really feel that the bargaining chip to hopefully not have this settled in court, and if that means anything, it's on the disciplinary powers of the current board in place. So for me, it extends beyond the subpoena powers. It's about how officers get disciplined for misconduct. That is the end all be all for me. And I think there needs to be time deserved on that specific topic and discussing that between the legislative and executive branches of the city of Springfield's government. Now, I will also say that I completely understand both sides of this as it relates to things happening, currently in its place. But I also am concerned that us voting yes on this tonight means that we lose a chip if we ever do want to take the mayor to court for not enforcing the police commission. How is that going to be perceived in the court? I mean, I am no lawyer, and I'll be the first to say that, but that is certainly an area of concern for myself. So if we can hash this out further and dedicate the time we need to dedicate to hopefully come to a meeting of the minds, then let's do that, and let's be proactive in doing that. I understand Councilor Clinton's point that this has been introduced at a prior time, but I think this is the time now, especially in the state of current affairs, for this to be discussed, hashed out, and then hopefully, like I said, come to a meeting of the minds on the topic. The mayor seems to be, in my communications with him, very interested in coming to a meeting of the minds and hopefully hashing out the components of the authority that the board has currently. So I'm going to vote to send this, to table this item, and I certainly respect every perspective shared, but I don't think we should rush to give subpoena powers to this board and then risk not ever having either the police commission come to fruition or having more authority within the board itself. So that's my stance tonight. And I think, like I said, if everyone's willing to do the work, we can come to a meeting of the minds, and that's where my intention is.
Thank you, Councilor Williams, Councilor Letterman, followed by Councilor Davila.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And, I'm as disappointed as anybody about the impasse that we find ourselves at between the executive and the legislative branch of the city, with regard to the CPHB and the police commission issue, which is one that's been supported by a model that's been supported by many on this body, myself included. I think the issue at hand here, and I certainly appreciate Attorney Days and all her work and the solicitor and Attorney D'Souza, the issue at hand is that we're not only being asked this evening to vote to grant subpoena power to the CPHB, we're being asked to vote on an ordinance that also essentially repeals, if I'm reading it correctly, the police commission ordinance that's been put in place by the Springfield City Council. And so, given that the majority of the city council, at least thus far, has been supportive of that model, that there's really two issues that's being brought forward by the administration, not just the subpoena power. And furthermore, I would want to have some more conversations about the subpoena power with respect to the fact that if you go read the hearing board right now, it says that it has subpoena power. And it was held for many years that it had subpoena power until, as Councilor Fenton mentioned, apparently it was somehow attempted to be used for the first time, and it found out that, or it was challenged, and it seemed that it did not. And then after that, the mayor issued an executive order, which is on file, authorizing the CPHB to go through other bodies that have subpoena power or other individuals and to seek subpoena that way. So I'd like to know how thus far that has occurred. In terms of the body seeking other authorities. And also, like I said, we're not just being asked to vote on subpoena power, we're being asked to vote to repeal an ordinance that many of us hold is an important factor for transparency and accountability.
Thank you, Councilor Letterman, Councilor Davila, followed by Councilor Gomez.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'm going to try to formulate my question, or actually my comment. First, as one of the newest members of the City Council, I do feel like I kind of stepped in the middle of a gunfight on this. I guess I'm inclined to think, as much as I value Councilor Fenton's perspective, legal opinions, and perspective, I'm kind of inclined to agree with Councilor Williams. what has changed now? And this is one of the questions directly to city the solicitor. What has changed, Solicitor Pikula? Why is the administration putting this forward now?
I could not be more timely. In all due respect, Counselor, this has been the focus of my life since 1980. And I did not think it would take my entire career to reach this point. But here we are, and now we not only have local attention, it is a national issue, and everyone's focused. And I know you're not going to want to hear this, but if you want to look at the models that are out there across the state, Springfield is leading the pack. And I want to continue to have cutting edge status, and I want to incorporate what NACO has done with funds they receive from J, trying to establish some best practices on a nationwide basis.
Right.
To Mr. Letterman's point, I asked that he should read those case studies that are the latest document around talking about what's out there and the models, compare it to this ordinance. And rather than going back to the policies of the past, we move forward with an evolution of the city that keeps at the cutting edge, that we keep advancing. We need it now more than, as to the point that this would repeal, I would say legally, what you're calling should it to be repealed has no status now. That's a legal argument, not here to get your issues on that. I understand you're in the process of talking to an attorney about that. If we get to that point, most likely there will be a witness in that case and not the lawyer. We'll have to hire some outside counsel to represent the city, if you will. In that case, is I'm being around, I think I have the most institutional knowledge to present the history that we had, the history to this ordinance that you're pushing for that dates back to 1909 and might work in other culture that no longer exists, but hopefully we're putting it, we're hopeful. We've tried that. It didn't work. The control board got rid of that system after the last chairman of the police commission was convicted. We're looking here to put authority in a professional, and we're looking to recognize these people who are working so hard and giving them some respect that they deserve, some authority that they deserve. And somehow no one's talking about the hard work that they're doing, but they're doing it.
I do believe, Solicitor, Mr. President, I think somebody may have an open mic. I hear a lot of background.
If we could please mute our mics, those who are not speaking, it'd be greatly appreciated.
That's much better, thank you.
Go ahead, Councilor.
Solicitor Pikula, I have no doubt in my mind, and I'm sure that the current members of the review board are doing the best they can for what they believe is the right system. As I personally stand now, I do believe that the police commission is the right system. I also want to point out, as what you have mentioned in the past, that there might be room to come together, to paraphrase your words. But by the same token, I want to make sure that we have a fair shake on this. My point and question to you, Solicitor, is I'm a little hesitant in having this conversation right now, to be honest with you, because of any possible legal implications. And I feel like I need to ask you this. Is anything that we say in this meeting could be used later on in litigation?
It's a public meeting, Counselor. The whole world is watching.
No, I understand that, but
I'm not giving you legal advice.
No, I understand that, but just the fact.
And that is with regard to a piece of legislation the mayor has sponsored. I'm not here to give you legal advice. I understand you're hired or you're seeking, or I don't know what the status is, but you can go talk to a different lawyer about that. But this is a public meeting.
No, I understand it's public, and that's exactly my biggest concern, Mr. President, that I just feel awkward having this conversation. We will have looming possible litigation. Based upon that, I do think that if we can come a place that we can come together, I don't know. I don't know. But
what
I will second.
Attorney Days, unless Councilor Davila has solicited your response, then if you could just.
I will briefly entertain Attorney Days.
And Councilor Davila, if I could just make a point that I know there are some other councilors who want to ask a question and certainly make a statement. So if we could just
before
as brief as possible, sir.
Yeah, I'm just gonna say I would like to finish up and then give Attorney Days a quick 30 seconds or so. I'm just gonna say that right now I'm inclined to.
If we could just make sure we're muting our phone. I know it's getting late.
Yeah, I'm just inclined right now to support Councilor Williams in going to committee, but I would love to hear Councilor Days' thoughts.
Thank you. Attorney Days, followed by Councilor Gomez.
I will apologize because I can't find the hand button so I can ask the question or be invited into the session. But what I would say is this, that I understand all the perspectives, and trust me, I mean, like I said, this is personal for me. It really is. And I don't want to give legal advice consistent with Attorney Pakula, but what I would say is that if you guys end up in court, it's de novo, right? It is litigation that's waiting to happen. But my challenge to you is what happens in the interim. So, okay, let's walk through it. So we go to July 1st, and you guys now have subcommittees. So then there's subcommittees. It might come out of subcommittee in a month or two, or whatever that timeline is. But in the interim, those cases that are present and are happening now, what happens to those cases? So then I think it gets us further from transparency, right? Because then we're further down the line, and people that come in, and again, I'm excessive force cases, those cases don't have subpoena power. So then I'm left with what I've been left with candidly many times with, that witnesses are reluctant. Somehow it's communicated to them that they don't have to necessarily be there. And then meanwhile, we have, restrictions with unions in terms of timelines, and those cases are lost as a result of us not having subpoena power to get people inside. And again, I am an opponent of waiting and restricting. I am a proponent of anything that happens that gets police more accountable. And that's really my goal. And Councilor Hirsch, you and I have had a conversation with respect to this, and I'm still of the position that especially in the climate that we find ourselves in, the time is now. We do everything that we can do now. And if something happens further down the line, then I yield to that. But in the interim, if we wait and let's move it, we can't decide now, we need to have more discussion, then what happens to those cases that are still pending? And so that really is, my only comment is that if in fact we are committed to what we say we're committed to, and that is to hold police accountable and equip CPHB, as well as myself and any other lawyer who's litigating against the police, if we're going to hold them now to accountability, I don't think that it would be negated, by us doing this now and switching gears if we need to. So that's the only thing I impress upon you, is that the time is now. And if we need to switch gears, I'm all for that. But what happens to those cases that are pending and are upcoming that we don't have subpoena power with? And that would be my only comment. I don't know how to mute myself, but I'm gonna try to figure this out.
That's all right. I'll mute you, Attorney Days, and thank you. I just want to remind counselors that it is 10:20. We also have 4 resolves that are still remaining on the docket that I'd imagine are going to also take a significant amount of time. So just want to bring that to the forefront. We have Counselor Gomez, followed by Counselor Whitfield and Counselor Williams. I know you want to speak as well, so please remind me, as I know your hand is not raised in the queue. So Counselor Gomez, the floor is yours. If we could just be as succinct as possible. I know everybody's trying, but it is getting rather late. Counselor Gomez.
All right. Thank you, Mr. President. I too am exhausted, and I feel you. So real quick, just a couple questions that have to do with this ordinance. This ordinance that has been filed before us, does it still have to follow the protocol of first, second, and third step?
Yes.
So ultimately today, this is first step.
This could be first step.
It could be first step.
Yes.
So regardless of it going past in first step and using it as a bargaining chip, essentially, right? Because there was this negotiation talk that I heard Counselor Williams was arguing. And I'm going to be honest. I'm looking at this as, as really looking at this with clear eyes. And respectfully, everybody knows that, when it comes to the police commission, I'm ready to go. I'm first in line. I'm ready. But I think the argument is, and the fact is, when it comes to the pending litigation, that is on the grounds of something that was enforced, that it's about enforceable and what's not enforceable. Moving forward, this CBHB, which essentially, has no teeth, and Attorney Days does has a real perception on it, on giving it something until the interim, until we figure out what essentially is going to happen. Because in the long run, when we look at it, we don't know how long that process is going to take. And essentially, if there's first step, it doesn't mean that second and third is going to pass. It doesn't mean that. First step is just saying that, we want to put it in committee, right? Essentially, we do. But the fact of the matter is, first step doesn't codify it, right? But, regardless if it gets sent to committee or we pass first step, it's still going to go to committee. So there's still time to really have this conversation, because I'm going to be honest, I don't know what's the time frame, or if any of us probably will be here when something is adjudicated, or we understand what are we waiting for. A lot of us have been waiting for a long time for something of this magnitude. But my question is, if it's just first step, or if there's a couple steps that we have to take, and it's not like an order that it goes automatically in and we have to suspend Rule 19. It's nothing like that. This is an ordinance. There's a lot of steps ahead of us. And, honestly, I'm willing in good faith to show the administration that, you want to have a meeting of the minds. We want to have a conversation. The solicitor has stated that before this meeting, that can we compromise? Can we talk? And sometimes it's unsuccessful, because what the problem is, when you say you want to talk, or anybody wants to talk, it's a few counselors at the table, not all counselors. In the 3 terms that I've been part of the city council, I have never been asked from the administration, Adam, let's talk. Adam, let's talk. Not one time. Not one time. So, it's hard, right? It's hard for me to understand and say, you know what, Attorney Days, you know what, solicitor, I'm willing to talk. But essentially, when these discussions happen, when these agreements and the negotiations,
And I've been attached to many ordinances, many pieces of legislation. And you know what you guys have done to me? You know what you guys have done to me? And I'm sorry, it's not the Attorney Days, but essentially the administration. You guys have respectfully.
Let's not make it personal.
And I'm not making it, I'm not trying to make it personal. But you know what? When it comes to things like this, they say don't take it personal, but this is personal. Because you know what? These are people that are being hurt. These are people that are looking for accountability. This city has been built on the backs of people that put in work for no reason, and then there's no accountability. So essentially, like you said, let's not make it personal. In good faith, I would love to be at a table and have this conversation and let it mean something. When it comes to race relations, Latino people are not at the table. And I'm sorry. You know what? I've been there 110% every single time. But essentially, this is really serious to me. And when we're here delegating or I mean, talking about what's good and what's wrong with it, sometimes government needs to work. And it's not about who gets the credit or what we do at the time because it's the environment. You know, the only reason why we're talking about this is because the man lost his life. And after that, a couple other more people have lost their life. Essentially, every day somebody's losing their life while we're here picking against each other, trying to figure out what's best for our people, what's best for our community. And our community is the one that's hurting, not us. Once we turn off these laptops, we go to sleep. There's people right now probably going through an injustice and not being able to give somebody subpoena power. I'm going to be honest, like, it really bothers me. And I just have to get that off my chest. Like, I'm sorry, I did not mean to make it personal, sir. I would be remiss if I didn't say anything. But moving forward, we have to at least have the conversation. And if this goes to committee, we need to have it come up in committee, and it cannot die in committee because you know what? We're just as bad as them. And I'm not calling nobody bad if we don't bring it up. And that's all I have to say about that.
Thank you, Councilor Gomez. So we have Councilor Whitfield, followed by Councilor Williams, who's on the phone. And then I see a number of other councilors in the queue. Councilor Whitfield, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. President. Before I make a statement, I have a question. I want to know from either Attorney Days or Attorney Pakula, what did the mayor's executive order accomplish as far as subpoena power goes?
I'm sorry, could you repeat that?
What did the executive order that the mayor put in place when we didn't take this ordinance out of committee before, when we were working on it and we weren't doing it in enough time? So he issued an executive order, because that's what I recall. I don't recall us holding it in committee. I recall us having discussions in committee, not holding it there, and we weren't moving fast enough for the mayor. So he issued an executive order to pass it. What subpoena power did that give the administration at that point?
That was a clarification to make it explicit that the only power that the board had was really to ask other agencies that control police to issue subpoenas. And that would basically be the district attorney and the civil service. I can tell you that neither one of those has worked. That has not been useful. Prior to the mayor making that clarification, you are correct. There was language in there talking about subpoenas. I can tell you that originated back to when Henry Twiggs, Tom Ash, and myself went throughout the city holding hearings. And we put that in with the expectation that it would become an ordinance. It ended up staying in the executive order, but it didn't mean what most people thought, and that is that this board created by the mayor could issue a subpoena. And that clarification was made explicit when the mayor put that additional language into it. Does that clarify?
It helps. I'm not 100% clear, but it helps. But I do want to say a couple of things. And first, I want to thank Attorney Days for joining and being so passionate about this situation and clarifying her position. But I want to clarify my position. I feel totally uncomfortable with having this conversation right now. I would like to discuss it in committee, executive session, wherever, because I don't know if this will be used against us if we do have to take the administration to court. Another thing that I wanted to comment on is, I keep hearing the time is now, but the time wasn't when Eric Gardner got killed, or when Michael Brown got killed, or when Tamir Rice got killed, or when Sandra Bland got killed. I don't know why the time wasn't then. I feel as though this is coming about because of the actions that we're taking. And I don't, and you kept saying that I'm not going to give legal advice. I'm not going to get legal advice. And to me, that made me feel uncomfortable that this could be used against us later on down the future. So I 100% agree with Counselor Williams and Counselor Ramos, because this is all making me feel uncomfortable. If you don't want to give us legal advice, and I know that you can't because of the position that you hold, but you were very, very stern on that opinion. And so I want to be very stern and clear on mine, that I want this to go to committee. Like I mentioned, I remember when we were in committee sessions, because I was asking Counselor Ramos to please have another one, but the mayor threatened and wrote a letter saying he was gonna do an executive order because we were taking too long for his taste. And okay, he has the power to do what he wants to do, and so do we. This is our duty to our community. There has been plenty of times that was the time to do this, plenty of times. Philandro Castell, and I can keep going. I can name Ben Schoolfield, I can name Delano Walker, I can name people right here that it was the time and nothing was done until now. I feel like because we have lawyers that's willing to look at this, now the time is now. I'm not asking for a comment back. I'm just telling you my position, and I feel totally uncomfortable talking about this right now because I feel like this is going to be something that's going to be used against us in the future.
So I appreciate the comments, Councilor Whitfield. And before we get to Councilor Williams, in deference to
Move the question, Mr. President.
In deference to the solicitor, in deference to the solicitor, it was very clear that he said that this was public. And so if it is public, I think he, along with everybody else, knows that this information can always be used in the court of law. So there is a motion that has been made, but prior to that motion, I know Councilor Williams, you had a motion to move the questions, Councilor Ramos? Is that clear? Okay, so before you do that, I know that Councilor Williams, Councilor Letterman, and Councilor, well, actually, you have your hand raised, and Councilor Davila. So you would still like to move the questions, Councilor Ramos. Is that accurate?
Yes, Mr. President.
So there's a motion by Councilor Ramos to move the questions. Is there a second to that motion?
What will we be moving? The motion to committee or the question?
Moving the motion to committee, Mr. President. I think we've said a lot on this issue. We have to be very careful as to what we say, and we need to have a conversation with our legal representatives before we say anything further. So motion to committee. Move the question, Mr. President.
There is a motion to move the questions.
Just a quick point of clarification.
Yes, Councilor Davila.
So this will be going back to the Public Safety Committee or to a committee of your choice?
We need to have a vote on the motion to move the questions to end debate. That's number one. So once we vote to end debate, then we can have a vote to motion on the issue to send this to committee, which was made. So if folks want to, Councilor Ramos has made a motion to move the questions. Let me defer to Councilor or Attorney Davis. There were other hands raised in the queue prior to Councilor Ramos. And so ordinarily I would not have called on Councilor Ramos until it was his turn. And I would have called on other councilors. The fact that he gets to say in the middle of this debate to move the questions when he was not properly acknowledged, does that still stand? I can't imagine it does.
You are the parliamentarian, Councilor Hurst. The decision is up to you, but I would say, and as a matter of logic, if he wouldn't have been called on in order, his motion to move the question wouldn't have been heard.
Guys, at
Mr.
10:35,
President, Mr. President, our rules do state that a motion to move the question can be made at any time.
so the motion to move the questions can absolutely be made at any time. I guess my question to Attorney Davis is, considering that I had not called on Councilor Ramos to move the questions, and there were other people that were in line. I know you're deferring to me. I guess my question to you is, what is it that the rules say? I mean, I'd imagine that I know that motion supersedes all other motions, as there is a motion on the floor right now. My question to you is, it's a little different considering that we're remote, and we have yet to get to Councilor Ramos. What are your thoughts on that, Attorney Davis?
Again, Counselor, it is up to you. I would say that I'm reading the rule right now, and of course, it doesn't speak to remote participation because this is new to the council.
Yeah.
However, if you are moving in the order of a queue and based on what you've done previously with counselors and with participants in the meeting, you are going in order. So I would stick with going in order and call the counselors who were in the queue first and then call Counselor Ramos.
Thank you, Attorney Davis. So what we will have, Counselor Williams, followed by Counselor Letterman, and then Counselor Ramos. We will entertain your motion at that time as you were next in the queue after that. Counselor Williams. Counselor Williams, are you still with us?
Hi. Can you hear me okay?
Yes,
President
I can
Hurst?
hear you. Yes.
Okay. All right, sorry about that. I'll be brief. I like to consider myself a calm and mellow guy, but I'm a little flabbergasted right now. The fact that we took a very strong stance as a body not even 2 weeks ago. And again, this, like as we all stated, this is not a matter of personality, but it's a matter of principle and the power and authority of the city council. And I'm just a little flabbergasted that this what was said has not been consistent motivating factor tonight, considering that, to Councilor Whitfield's point, Black and brown lives have been affected since day one. So to now state that this now is the time, no, now the time was in prior administration. So I can't sit and buy that. Especially again, and through the president, with no disrespect to anyone who spoke tonight, but reality needs to strike. And we need to ensure that whatever board that serves this city is first representative of the city. There's people who've been a part of that board for years. We deserve fresher faces with new perspectives, for one. Number two, this body also needs more teeth, as I stated before. That actually exceed beyond subpoena powers. Now, like I just mentioned, it's been a long time since I've met with the mayor, okay? It's been a long time as well. But the fact is, I had a conversation that I thought was constructive, that I thought was proactive. And I actually insisted that we continue to talk about this issue in a reasonable time frame to see, again, if we can come to the meeting of the minds to serve two purposes. One, for the ordinance itself, which is asking for additional subpoena powers. And let me also just mention this. When we voted on this before, we stood as a body, the most of us, we stood as a body and voted that subpoena powers weren't enough. There weren't more lives being lost than there are now. Just because there's more publicity, there's more social media, that doesn't mean anything, okay? Okay? And I'm a Black person, so I'm going to say it. I'm sick and tired of this rhetoric that, oh, now's the time. No, the time has been a long time ago. But we need to now that it is becoming a force and something that is talked about, let's make sure we're doing it in a responsible way. let's make sure we're doing it in a responsible way. And that's, again, why I'm insisting that we discuss this with the mayor and maybe come at him with some directives, a few directives of our own, and see if he budges on those as a body.
Thank
I'm
you.
tired. And all I'm going to say is this, is that it will be a slap in the face, again, to Councilor Whiffle's point, to our community who have stood behind us on a police commission. If you believe a police commission is the wrong way, I can understand some points to your reasons why. But what we're trying to find here is a middle ground. So I am not going to rush to do this because now there's pending cases. There were pending cases. We spent millions in this city already. The time was already before. So what I'm saying is, if we're going to do it, let's do it the right way. And that's all I have to say, Mr. President.
Thank you, Councilor Williams. Councilor Letterman, followed by Councilor Ramos. Will take up your motion at that time.
Mr. President, I would simply say Councilor Williams is right. The responsible thing to do is not to take a vote the first night this was introduced at 10:42 p.m. in a virtual meeting. And so I will support the motion to committee.
Thank you. Councilor Ramos. There are no other hands in the queue at this point in time, Councilor Ramos. So we can either entertain your motion at this time, or we can have a vote on sending it to committee, sir.
Yeah, my preference would be to take a vote to send it to committee. Just a point of reference, Mr. President. We have typically taken a motion to move the question at when it is mentioned and brought up under the rules and regulations. That's the way that we've done it historically. But moving forward, Mr. President, I think that we've said a lot tonight. We spoke about this issue when we took the vote to hire legal representation, and I don't understand why we've gone so long talking about this issue. I made the motion to committee almost an hour ago, and I was hoping that it would be a short discussion because we took the vote to hire legal representation. And if we're going to have any conversation about police accountability in the system, that's a conversation that we should have with our counsel, our legal counsel, not in this hearing. So again, Mr. President, I move forward to motion to committee.
Second.
There's a motion to committee.
Second.
I think the motion to committee was already made. Is that accurate, Attorney Davis?
Yes, the motion was made, but I didn't have a second. And I think
Second.
Councilor Davila is seconding right now. Okay.
Sounds good. So there's a motion made by Councilor Ramos to send this to committee, seconded by Councilor Davila. If there are no additional questions on the motion, Madam Clerk, can you please call the roll on the motion?
On the motion to committee, Councilor Gomez?
Yeah.
Yes. Councilor Whitfield?
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Davila?
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Fenton?
No.
No. Councilor Curran?
No.
No. Councilor Ramos?
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Walsh absent. Councilor Williams?
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Allen?
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Edwards?
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Brown? I'm sorry. Councilor Letterman?
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Brown?
Let me just try unmuting Councilor Brown. I know I think that was he who was calling in. Councilor Brown? Okay.
Councilor Brown absent. Councilor Hurst?
No.
Oh, Councilor Brown says no. Councilor Hurst?
Oh, yes.
Yes. Councilor Hurst?
Yes. This item has been sent to committee, and it will go to the Public Safety Committee. Madam Clerk, can you please call the next item on the agenda?
The next item on the agenda is a zone change being referred to the planning board for property known as 11 Merwin Street.
Thank you. Do we need to take any action on this item, Attorney
Nope.
Davis?
No.
There's somebody who is asking me to unmute them. I do not know who they are. So we'll move forward. So we do not need, can you please call the next item on the agenda? Madam
The
Clerk.
next item on the agenda is a resolution for funding and supporting of the National Decertification Database planned and initiated by IADLEST.
Is there anyone present to speak to this item?
Yeah, Mr. President, I am.
Thank you. Councilor Williams.
All right, I won't be too long. I'm not going to read the resolution into the record. It can be shared, but this simply is to create a national registry of decertified police officers. And what that typically just means in layman terms is that if a police is found to have attributed some misconduct, or they have that in their record, their file, that information first will be public, and then secondly, they can't then go skip to the next town or city to get their jobs back, essentially, which we know has happened time and time again. So again, there's been police chiefs associations across the country that have sided on this issue because they also realize that it costs money for independent and smaller police departments to have to fund their own background checks, for example. So they know that something that's kind of controlled on a national and federal level will kind of mitigate that issue in itself. So again, I believe I have the co-sponsorship of my colleagues, which I genuinely appreciate. And I don't know if everyone's aware, but that Trump actually introduced this legislation citing the exact police association that I had mentioned in the resolution during his speech. And I mean, if we can look at good things that happen out of the administration, I think this might be one of them. And I know that, Councilors Fenton and Allen introduced legislation that happens more regarding this issue, but more on the state level, which I think Charlie Baker has also spoken to. So again, this is certainly something that's rolling out, and I'm just glad that the city of Springfield was on top of it before it was mentioned on both the state and federal level. So again, I thank you for your support, and if you have any questions, feel free to ask me.
Thank you, Councilor Williams. Are there any questions or comments regarding this ordinance? Or I'm sorry, regarding this result? Seeing none, Madam Clerk, will you please call the roll with respect to this result? And I'm sorry, Madam Clerk, before we take any of these resolves any further, I just want to acknowledge Councilor Walsh was under the weather. She spoke to me previously. She wished she could be here to support all of these resolves. So I just wanted to make sure that I made that known before we take these votes, and she's very apologetic. Councilor Letterman.
Mr. Chairman, I know it's late. I just want to commend Councilor Williams on the resolution. Proud to stand with him on it.
Thank you, Councilor Letterman. If there are no further questions or comments, Madam Clerk, can you please call the roll?
On the resolution for funding and supporting of the National Decertification Database, Councilor Gomez.
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Whitfield.
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Davila.
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Fenton.
Yeah.
Yes. Councilor Curran.
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Ramos.
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Walsh absent. Councilor Williams.
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Allen.
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Letterman.
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Edwards.
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Brown.
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Hurst.
Yes, the resolve is approved. Madam Clerk, will you please call the next item on the agenda?
The next item on the agenda is a resolution entitled Action to Institute a Board of Professional Licensure of Police.
Is there anyone present to speak to this resolve?
I am, Mr. President.
Thank you. Councilor Fan, the floor is yours.
I just want to say before I read this, I have never been a part of a city council meeting where we were on for so long that my iPad died while plugged in. It is dead while plugged in. So, listen, this resolve is, thank you, everybody. We had a great press conference a couple of weeks ago. Thank you to Councilor Williams for his complimentary remark. I was thrilled to see Governor Baker and Mayor Sarno come out in favor of this proposal. I'm not going to read the resolution, but what it does is it creates a licensing board for police officers in Massachusetts. 44 other states have it. We should too. And Mr. President, you and I both raised concerns about making sure that the proposal included the flexibility of this licensure board to have the ability to decertify officers, even if they aren't convicted of a felony, and Governor Baker's proposal achieves that. So I'm happy about it. Councilor Allen and I are thrilled with the support that we've received and thrilled that the state is doing something with it. My last comment is just going to be that I sent an email to everybody on the council on the 18th, and I copied the commissioner and the mayor's office. And in that email, I just summarized on behalf of Councilor Allen and I that we're grateful for the support, and we're going to be sending, after this passes, a letter to the whole delegation, notifying them of the approval as well as the governor. And I expect to also include in there some commentary and questions about the governor's proposal insofar as it includes incentive pay for officers who complete the training. I sent in the email around to the counselors that there's 3 levels. Level 1 is $1,000, level 2 is $2,500, and level 3 is $5,000. You know, irrespective of whether or not you think officers should be compensated additionally for their training that they go through as a part of this certification process, it is an unfunded mandate, similar to the Quinn bill. And so while I'm very supportive of this legislation overall, personally, I have really big reservations about that aspect of the governor's plan. And I intend to make that clear in my letter to him. Before it goes out, I'll send it to all counselors to see who wants to sign on. So far, only Councilor Ramos has expressed an interest. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Fenton. Is there anyone else wishing to speak to this resolve? Councilor Whitfield.
I remember sending an email saying I wanted to be added to all of these resolves. So
Myself as well.
I'm not sure if that was sent to Tashina or if she know about it, but I first had a breakdown and then I came back and apologized and said I wanted to be added to all the resolves. So I just want to go on record saying that.
I'm sorry, that's right. That's right, Mr. President. There were many counselors who expressed an interest in co-sponsoring it. When I said only Councilor Ramos replied, I just meant about the letter that I'm going to send about the bonus program. But Councilor Whitfield, Councilor Williams, and many others expressed co-sponsorship.
I'm on the letter too, Mike. I'm on the letter too. I had responded.
Oh, I didn't get it.
Yeah.
Thank you. Okay. So it looks like Attorney Davis, we have Councilor Williams, Councilor Whitfield, who have expressed now that they would like to co-sponsor, or expressed before that they would like to co-sponsor. If there's anybody else, please raise your hand in the queue. We certainly will add you. Councilor Letterman looks like he also co-sponsored as well. And Councilor Davila, the floor is yours with respect to this result.
Can I just say, any counselor that'd like to be added as a co-sponsor that's not getting it through here tonight, feel free to send me an email.
Thank you, Attorney Davis. Councilor Davila.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'm going to be very brief. First of all, I would like to co-sponsor to all the resolutions as well, but compliments to Councilor Fenton for putting this together. This is a realistic, concrete step that we are taking to ensure that we have a code of conduct similarly and expectations as we move forward to improve our police department and police relations. So kudos to you, Councilor Fenton, Councilor Williams, and I will be voting in the positive.
Thank you, Councilor Davila. If there are no further councilors wishing to speak to this resolve, Madam Clerk, will you please call the roll?
On the resolution entitled Action to Institute a Board of Professional Licensure of Police, Counselor Gomez.
Yes.
Yes. Counselor Whitfield.
Yes.
Yes. Counselor Davila.
Yes.
Yes. Counselor Fenton.
Yeah.
Yes. Counselor Curran.
Yes.
Yes. Counselor Ramos.
Yes.
Yes. Counselor Walsh absent. Counselor Williams.
Yes.
Yes. Counselor Allen.
Yes.
Yes. Counselor Letterman.
Yes.
Yes. Counselor Edwards.
Yes.
Yes. Counselor Brown.
Yes.
Yes. Counselor Hurst.
Yes, the resolve is approved. Madam Clerk, will you please call the next item on the agenda?
The next item on the agenda is a resolution entitled Declaring Racism a Public Health Crisis.
Is there anyone present to speak to this resolve?
Thank you, Mr. President. I apologize up front because I am not going to be as brief when it comes to this resolve, because I really, it's important for me to read a little bit, basically the resolve.
Go ahead, Counselor Gomez. Counselor Gomez, the floor is yours.
I'm going to find out who that was. I'm just saying. Respectfully, I think it's important for me to read this resolve, because when we did present it and we had our press conference, I never read it at all. And moving forward, I want to say thank you to the mayor for making this a public health crisis. But essentially, I don't think it gave some meat on the bone on what that meant. And a lot of people in the community wants to understand declaring racism a public health crisis, what that is. So I'm not going to go into my comments. I'm going to stop that. I'm not going to go into more of my comments, but I'm going to go into just reading the resolve so I can get through it, okay? Thank you, Mr. President. Whereas race is a social construct and no biological basis, and whereas racism is a social system with multiple dimensions, individual racism that is internalized and interpersonal, systematic racism that is institutional or structural, that is a system of structuring opportunities and assigning value based on the social interpretation of how one looks. And whereas racism unfairly disadvantages specific individuals and communities while unfairly giving advantages to other individuals and communities, and saps the strength of the whole society through the waste of human resources. And the city of Springfield's collective prosperity depends upon the equitable access to opportunity for every resident, regardless of the color of their skin. And whereas racism causes persistent discrimination and disparate outcomes in many areas of life, including housing, education, employment, and criminal justice, and an emerging body of the research demonstrates that racism in itself is a social determinant of health. And whereas nationwide African American, Hispanic, Latinx residents experience dramatically are higher unemployment rates, face higher poverty rates as a community, have lower home ownership rates, more likely to live in neighborhoods with low performing schools, and experience disproportionately higher incarceration rates. And whereas the Springfield City Council is committed to the elimination of racial disparities in the criminal justice system, to prioritize racial equity in our decision-making processes, to acknowledge that communities of color have borne the burden of inequitable social, environmental, economic, and criminal justice policies, practices, and investments, to understand that the legacy of these inequitable policies has caused deep disparities, harm, and mistrust, and recognize that racial equity is realized when and only when race can no longer be used to predict life outcomes. And whereas racism and segregation in the Commonwealth of Massachusetts has also exacerbated health divide, resulting in African American and Latinx people having lower life expectancies than other residents, being far more likely than others faces to die prematurely before the age of 75, to die of heart disease or stroke. African American and Latinx residents also have higher levels of infant mortality, lower birth rates, and more likely to be overweight or obese, have adult diabetes, and have long-term complications from diabetes. Communities of color, working and class residents, and those that suffer from disabilities are more likely to experience poor health outcomes as the consequence of their social determinants of health and health equities stemming with economic stability, education, physical environment, food, and access to healthcare systems. And a contemporary example of such disparity is highlighted by the coronavirus data across the nation that African American residents are hospitalized at a much higher rate than other demographic groups. And additional data suggests that African American residents are dying at a disproportionately higher rate from the disease. And more than 100 studies have linked racism to worse health outcomes now, and therefore, be it resolved by the Springfield City Council, Springfield, Massachusetts, 1, that the council asserts that racism is a public health crisis affecting our city. 2, the council shall work to progress as an equity and justice-oriented entity, with the council and its staff leadership continue to identify specific activities to further enhance diversity to ensure anti-racism principles across council leadership, staffing, and contracting. The council shall promote equity through intentional policies and enhance educational efforts aimed at understanding, addressing, and dismantling racism and how it affects the delivery of human and social services, economic development, and public safety. The council shall advocate locally for relevant policies that improve health in communities of color and support local, state, regional, and federal initiatives that advance efforts to dismantle systematic racism. The council shall further work and solidify alliances and partnerships with other organizations that are confronting racism and encourage other local, state, regional, and national entities to recognize racism as a public health crisis. The council shall support community efforts to amplify issues of racism and engage in actively and authentically with communities of color wherever they live. The council shall promote and support policies and prioritize the health of all people, especially people of color, by mitigating exposure to adverse childhood experiences. The council shall promote racial equity training with the goal of reaching all council leadership and staff. The council shall encourage racial equity training among all community partners, grantees, vendors, and contractors. And lastly, the council shall identify clear goals and objectives to assess progress on the above and capitalize on opportunities to further advance racial equity. Be it further resolved that the council supports all additional efforts in Springfield, Hampden County, and the Commonwealth of Massachusetts and the nation to address racism and public health disparities due to racial inequities. And be it further resolved that the Springfield City Council calls upon the governor and the general courts to join with us to declare racism as a public health crisis and to enact equity in all policies of the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. Thank you. And I know I've been supported unanimously through my colleagues, and I just want to say thank you for bearing with me. I know it's late, and I appreciate you guys, and you guys are awesome. Thank you for staying up this late with us.
Thank you, Councilor Gomez. If there are no further comments from the council, Madam Clerk, will you please call the roll on this result?
On the resolution entitled Declaring Racism a Public Health Crisis, Councilor Gomez.
Yes.
Yes, Councilor Whitfield.
Yes.
Yes, Councilor Davila.
Yes.
Yes, Councilor Fenton.
Yeah.
Yes, Councilor Karen.
Yes.
Yes, Councilor Ramos.
Yes.
Yes, Councilor Walsh absent. Councilor Williams.
Yes.
Yes, Councilor Allen.
Yes.
Yes, Councilor Letterman.
Yes.
Yes, Councilor Edwards.
Yes.
Yes, Councilor Brown.
Yes.
Yes, Councilor Hurst.
Yes, the resolve is approved. Madam Clerk, I believe there is another resolve under suspension. Is that accurate? I'm looking at an older agenda, so my apologies.
No problem, Counselor. There was a resolution that was mistakenly left off, so I just put it under resolutions
Thank you.
as it comes
So,
under the body of the council.
okay, so can we please call the next item under the agenda?
The next and final item on the agenda is a resolution entitled Supporting Congresswoman Presley's Resolution.
Thank you. Is there anyone present to speak to this result?
Mr. President, I am. Thank you for this opportunity to present this resolution before my colleagues. I'll try to be as brief as possible, as this is the last item on the agenda. First of all, I just want to point out that I believe this resolution was also sponsored by all counselors, and that should be noted in the resolution. So unless my understanding, every counselor sponsored, co-sponsored this resolution. So I just wanted to mention that.
Thank you, Counselor Ramos. Attorney Davis, if you could please note that, it'd be greatly appreciated.
Thank you. Thank you. So Councilor Gomez and I attended a press conference in Boston that was led by the Black and Latino Caucus of the Massachusetts State Legislature. And this was one of a 10-point action plan that they proposed. Councilor Gomez just spoke on another action item that wasn't mentioned in one of those 10 steps. And this was one of them. This is a resolution in favor of Congresswoman Ayanna Presley's legislation at the federal level, which speaks against police brutality, racial profiling, and excessive militarized police force, and echoes its call for the Department of Justice to reinstate its role in investigating instances with police departments that violate civil rights. We are here this evening virtually convening to talk about and address these very important issues. Although these are non-binding resolutions, let's not minimize the power of what it is that we're able to accomplish this evening. Mr. President, this is a historic night. This is the first time I believe we've ever had 4 resolutions that have been unanimously co-sponsored by the entire council. And it cannot be for a more important issue. The day that we stood in front of City Hall on the steps, announcing our recommendations for police accountability, that was another historic night. I'm very proud to be standing with each and every one of you on this issue. I'm very proud to be a part of this legislative body, and I'm thankful to each and every one of you for supporting these initiatives. This is a very, very, very powerful thing that we're doing. And so I just wanted to say that I appreciate you all, and hope to get unanimous support. And let's keep doing. This is not going to be the final step. We got more recommendations coming. We're going to continue to look at how we can improve police accountability. But I'm very grateful for everyone's support. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Ramos. If there are no other questions or comments from the council, Madam Clerk, can you please call the roll on this result?
On the resolution entitled Supporting Congresswoman Presley's Resolution, Councilor Gomez.
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Whitfield.
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Davila.
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Fenton.
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Karen.
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Ramos.
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Walsh absent. Councilor Williams.
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Allen.
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Letterman.
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Edwards.
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Brown. Councilor Brown. Absent. Councilor Hurst.
Yes, the resolve is approved. Madam Clerk, is there any further business before the council?
There's no further business before the council.
Seeing none, we will rest until we have a committee of the whole meeting tomorrow at 5 o'clock, June 23rd. And then our next special meeting will be to vote on the budget on June 29th at 5:30. And prior to that, we'll have public speak out. So I will certainly keep the council abreast, and hopefully we will see all of the councilors tomorrow for the department head presentations on the budget. Have a great evening, and thank you for bearing with us.
Can I just say one thing to the
Yes,
counselors? I'm sorry, I know it's
yes.
very late.
Ethics training, ethics.
Ethics training, and I also wanted to apologize for misinterpreting the budget earlier. It's my first go around, and it's not like I had much guidance. So I appreciate your understanding.
Thank you.
Thank you.